because they lead to water damage? Ah, yeah. Well, I took the leak outside and made sure that it was far away from the house, so. No issue with that leak causing water damage, let me tell you. I think the toilet will be just fine. Alright. I've just gotta go over here and put a marker down. Hey, Budgie. Ranger Rick. So we're gonna be picking up where we left off yesterday, chat. That is the plan. Did I wash my hands? Of course. With soap, even. Let's not be silly. Alright, well, the plan for today is we are going to do our damnedest. Cubby Lord, yes you can. I also have a bribe from YouTube chat to name a statue. So, we're going to name a statue, and we can get you a militia dwarf. Did you want a male dwarf or lady dwarf, or did you want a ranged dwarf or melee dwarf? Finally Friday. It is certainly Friday. It will be my last stream of the week today. Over the weekend, I have a bunch of things I need to edit from this week. I also need to give my voice a rest, because it's been tough. Trumpetbeans continues. TGI motherfucking Friday. Yep. Do invaders know what sapping and sappers are? Do invaders know? Like, are they able to dig and dig into the fort? Yes. If that's what the question is. I'm really curious to see what the player count peaks at this weekend, because last weekend was kind of crazy. It was like 2,500, 600 over the weekend, so I'm curious to see what today ends up peaking at, but I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Fuck yeah, it's Friday. Mm-hmm. The day where computer technology gremlins show up? Fuck, I thought that was Saturday morning when nobody's in the office anymore. Like, everybody goes home and then it's like, well, time for shit to break. Alright, so as far as statues go, I need a statue that isn't named. Just poking around. Also, speaking of gremlins, I will say I've been having some gremlins in my mouse recently. The middle... I have a mouse that's almost 10 years old. And I've been joking that it's on its last legs for a while. And whenever I go to actually do something about it, I just kind of get lazy and then don't. Ooh, I got one. Let's name this statue. So this statue is a statue of Moses Pagesock and by Natalie. And the item is a masterfully designed image of Moses, the dwarf and dwarves in rock salt by Natalie. Moses is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Moses, but to the position of militia commander of the music of beans in the early spring of 250. That's a very violent image from the beginning of the fort, because right at the very beginning of the fort, in the early spring of 250, I had to assign a squad because there was a goblin with weapons on the map that killed 4 of the 7 starting dwarves. Which was fun. Fun to deal with. Speaking of fun to deal with, let's read the names of the dwarves that are currently alive in the fort. We got Rat Ratus, we got Stone, we got Chescola, we got Bennett, we got Alf. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. We have Taters, who's the Duke of Demon Judge. We may get a king today. We got Snail and Shinobi. We've also got Darius. And we've got Sergeant Donut. We got Zapper Zen. We're in midwinter as well. I could probably attack something. We've got Stormwolf. We got Lazy Man. We got El Rey. Rin. Famine Noir. Jarkovluk. Diamond. Nil Diamond. My manager. We got Tango, the Holy Cradle. We got Tyrantos. We got Beast Slayer, who killed our first Forgotten Beast. Beautiful thing, made of gems. We got Natalie. We got King of Pudding. Mad Lab. Necron Tier. Tellan Artho, Tyr, Bioactive the Second, and I think that's everybody. Over on the plants or over on the livestock, pets and livestock side, we've also got Underfought. We got Wretched Television. We got Starsmore and Winston, the rooster. And I think that's all of the animals on that side. I need to war train some dogs. And got a donkey to eat and a reindeer to eat. And a calf to eat. As far as named dwarves go, I've got another dwarf I need to name who needs to be somebody in the military with or without a beard, and you wanted melee, I think. Let me just double check and confirm. A melee dwarf, male or female, doesn't matter. Okay, so I'll go to this squad. First unnamed dwarf, which is Thultig. Tubby Lord. She cuts in any corners possible when working on projects, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting extra effort. You're an employee at Boeing. She very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, has a calm demeanor, and is a friendly individual. She sometimes acts without deliberation, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She occasionally overindulges, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She often acts with compassion and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I just need to check something because I always confirm that this is working when I start a stream. So I had to check that my recording was running. So I don't need to go catch it. She personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and dreams of raising a family. She likes gypsum as well as gypsum plaster, and billin, as well as green tourmaline and the color dark scarlet, slugs for their slime trails, in the words of the Wanderer of Walking, and the sound of the flowery skirts, and when possible prefers to consume moghopper, muckroots, and turnip wine. Muckroots makes me think of Muckbreaker, the really old King Gizzard song. And cow's milk, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You've got quite a large family in the fort. You've got a son and a daughter that are both farmers here. Your younger sister is Stone, and Chesgola is your uncle, and Ratradis is your niece, and Jarkolvik, the militia commander, is your cousin, and your lover is King's Pudding. Slug lover? It's like a snail, but naked. And to the YouTube folks, thank you very much for tuning in today. Please leave a like on the stream if you did. And as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream. I do not take any paid sponsors. So if you like the way I do things here and keeping things free from corporate sponsorship, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me. Although I do have a thing that I'm going to be promoting a little bit, purely because I literally had a hand in, like, part of the art on it, which is the Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode soundtrack is currently up and available for pre-order. I am not making money off of this, and they are not paying me. But if you are a crazy person like myself and like records, this is available for pre-order, and I may, at some point, have some copies to give away. So keep an eye out for that. All that being said, though, let's play some Dwarf Fort. Yeah, if you want to rename things, YouTube chat, anything that's constructed that has a quill up here, you can rename it. It's very useful for levers. Same with, like, stockpiles and stuff. Like, you can name stockpiles. And then if you go into the places stockpiles screen, it's a lot clearer as to what's what. So, like, you can see certain stockpiles are 100% full, and I've got some that are 100% empty, and then some that are partially full. And it does a pretty good job of, like, being clear as to, like, what's going on where. So if you're noticing that, like, food is, like, sitting somewhere not getting hauled, it's probably because all your food stockpile is full, you know? Although this one could be renamed to seeds, and then it's clear that it's seed stockpile. So it should be full because it's a seed stockpile. You know, stuff like that. Which, honestly, I think it's kind of a blast. Should probably expand the size of that a little bit. Yesterday we were running into issues with food. I didn't have enough food consistently. Did I ever? No, I haven't satisfied this yet. I'm going to try and satisfy this guild hall, because if I don't, we're going to run into some issues. By issues, I mean these dwarves are not going to be happy. I need some higher value items is definitely something I need. And I need that sooner than later. Let's just get that smoothed. Did I engrave all of these? No, let's just engrave all this. Except for maybe you. Let's not engrave that. If I want to conquer a goblin fortress with a clown in it, how do you go about it? These days, I think that probably the easier way to do it is to don't try to conquer it. Wait for them to come and attack you. Because they can now send faction leaders, and if the clown is a faction leader or a higher-up with a name, eventually they'll just attack you, and once they die in your fortress, then attack it. That's probably what I would do. That or large amounts of war animals are also very helpful. I've needed to build a Rangers Guild for a while, so we should get that sorted. What the fuck do you mean by clown? Clown is a Dwarf Fortress community term and way to refer to demon or a creature from the underworld. It's kind of, how do I put this? A way to avoid quote-unquote spoilers from the early days. Some people are, like, very, very fundamental about, like, not spoiling things in Dwarf Fortress. I think it kind of comes from just the way the developers always like talked about things for the game with secrets and stuff, but at least at this point I think kind of the cat's out of the bag with that one. There are some secret things in Dwarf Fortress that are fun to find the first time, but like clowns are just demons. They're the creatures from the underworld, and the circus comes to town is when you find the clown cars, which is when the demons come out and invade your fort. It's like the spoiler-free method of talking about digging too deeply and greedily. That's literally all it is. Last Fortress had a regular demon visitor? That's wild. I've heard about that happening over the years. It's never happened to me, and I'm always kind of jealous when it happens, because it's like, man, that is fucking cool, man. I'm going to actually get rid of this and put that bracelet here. Because I need to satisfy this, and maybe a bracelet will do it. All goblin civilizations are started by a demon. Usually the overlord or master of the goblin civs are a demon. Well, they always are, but sometimes they're dead before you start a fort. Okay, that's not even that valuable. Oh, 4,400. What does that get us up to? There we go. The field of beans is now satisfied. Okay, so now that I've done that, we gotta build another guild, a Rangers Guild. I also think I need to expand my bedrooms again today, but the way I was expanding my bedrooms is by making floor down. So we've got this upper layer of bedrooms, kind of around here and then over here. But then one layer down, I've got another series of bedrooms just a little bit below. So I'm going to do a bunch of those, and then I'm going to smooth them all a little later. So let's make a few more of these. And let's also make a few more of these. Because I really like how the bedrooms are turning out in this fort. Once I get them all, like, smoothed up, because I'm going to do the up and down stairs smoothed eventually, I think that this fort will look kind of awesome. Because I quite like the look of this fort, but it's got a little bit missing, and I'm not totally sure what it is at the moment. That is a fun bedroom design. One of my favorite ways to make or expand upon bedrooms is just like making a stair down one tile. So this is kind of a design I've done before, but it's a little different than ways I've done in the past. It's also been a while since I've done bedrooms like this. I think the last time I maybe did bedrooms like this was the whatever the cloud fort was. It's the fort that had the gremlin in it, that I made the gremlin video out of. Can't actually remember what that fort was called, but that fort was the last fort I did bedrooms like this. You assume you died yesterday, did you? Yeah, it looks like you did. Actually, I think you maybe drowned. I don't think you got it. Like, actually, I can check if you. I can check if you drowned because I know where you drowned. No, that's Rusty, which I don't actually think ever got memorialized. Hold on, let me just memorialize Rusty real quick. I'm not sure where you ended up, Swifty. Here's what I can do though. I can go to corpses. Because you may have also died off map. Bioactive, Rusty, Dargith. Did I name you? Now I'm wondering if I named you, because I don't see you dead anywhere. Can you remember what your dwarf did? Are fun, that is true. Mr. Pozo. Spungwa, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Is there a place where you can see the Guildhall Temple requests you've accepted? Not easily. Sometimes they show up in here. I think it's under... Yeah, no, it does show up in those menus sometimes, but it's not clear. The easy way to tell what guild halls you've accepted is I just leave this open because they stay here for 3 months. And then when you accept them, you have 2 more months to finish them. But if you just go to meeting zone, this is kind of the workaround to make this doable. You can just click on guild halls and scroll down this list. And the ones that need to be completed will show up as 10 or more workers. So I've accepted a... Rangers Guild, and I think I have a Hunters Guild already. But as I scroll through here, when I hit Rangers, there will be more than 10 workers in the Rangers Guild. And that's kind of your only real mechanism. Outside of DF hack, there is a command, which I think is it petitions? Show something, right? There, or maybe it's requests. No, there is a command that tells you which ones you haven't made, but I don't know. It's one of the only reasons you use DF hack. I've just gotten into the habit of leaving them up here, and I think I've kind of always done it that way, like in older versions too. When the requests would pop up, I would just leave that window open. Like I just don't accept them until I'm basically done building. I just find that so much easier and more straightforward. But yeah, it's kind of weird that we don't have a menu that just shows that. With the overlay, it shows in the bottom left. Ah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I personally just don't care because I just leave that menu up. I guess, like, I have a question. Am I weird for leaving this menu up? Because seemingly nobody does it. Because if you leave this menu up, you have 3 extra months to finish the request. Like, it literally gives you more time if you leave that up. Whereas, like, you have less time if you accept it. I did name you. You had a military dwarf? I'm just wondering if you died in that weird window where my stream went offline and the game crashed, because I lost like a month of time. Bugs you seeing it up there? Well, hopefully I'm not bugging you right now. Because that would suck. You were named right before that happened, so then I owe you another dwarf. Could you remember what your dwarf was named? Or what kind of dwarf I gave you? Like, if it was a military dwarf, I could just give you another one, honorarily. But yeah, I kind of wish that, like... There's a lot of things they could do with petitions to make them better. Like, a on-screen pop-up stating what you've accepted would be nice. Like a little active petitions screen would be nice. There's a lot of things there that would be really nice that it's kind of weird that it's not there, but I'm sure something will happen eventually. Eventually. As I go around and fill in all of these. Let's also drop, oh, nope, not there. Let's drop one down there. Drop that over there, and that over there. You can go up to there, you can go over to here, you can go up to there. Yeah, that's another, well, I wouldn't even say that's a workaround. I would say that's like the smart way to do it, is just have open rooms that are like half finished to just like expand into when you get demands. Or just like take the mood hit and ignore them. That's also a very legitimate, valid option. There's a military dwarf named Zuglar. Okay, I'll take a peek through and see what I can do. Let me just get some of these blocks designated. Okay. That seems familiar. Really swifty. Yeah, that's him. Here. Let's pop a quick save. What do you mean by freak of nature? The time limits for those in game? Most things are just a season. And when accepted, it's a season. With the exception of, what's it called? Go again. Although these may have changed. The parlays were a season. And once accepted, they remained a season. Freeways. Thanks for the 54th month. Here we go again. Thanks for continuing to keep this channel funded, mate. You do so much. Appreciate you, dude. Jack, can I get a round of beers for our friend Freeways for keeping that subscription alive for yet another month while I go around and build bedrooms? There is going to be a lot of construction jobs in a hot second here. Problem with doing it this way is I almost always end up missing one bedroom, and then I end up having like one empty room in a huge space just full of different rooms by the end of it, but we'll see. So up here, another Helix has been opened. Wow, voice is going. We have not found a breeding pair, so you have not had children, but you are still alive, Wretched Television. The hillocks of Cusp Pages has been found at half a day's travel to the east and incorporated into your holdings. Let's just do multi-bedrooms. Get these 5 designated. Because as you can see, I've got a few bedrooms around. I did actually get a merchant to join the fort too, which is kind of fun. We got them to join the fort by requesting laborers, or a laborer, from one of the helices, because they were available, so why not? We also are up to a Duke of the Fortress. It's clearing a good few of these. Oops, there's one down here. And progress is being made. We'll have to go through and unforbid all those after the fact later on. Down here, we can get all of this filled out. Today, we also have to do some work on the pump stack that I started yesterday.
Morning, friends. Happy Friday.
It's to you, IRL. Are you still alive, or have you had children? Yes, still alive. No, haven't had children. Yep, that's very real to a lot of people. Ella, thank you very much for the hold up. 4th month. Yes, okay, sorry, I'm seeing 2 different texts in 2 different spots, but appreciate you. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for another month. I'm making bedrooms, and I'm building a guild hall for Rangers, which was just requested, YouTube chat. That is what we are currently doing. And I'm trying to make some fun patterns instead of just, you know, solid colors. Because this fortress is becoming very rock salt heavy. Those red windows are cool. They are gem windows.
Oh.
Cyrelac, thanks for the 60 months. Cheers, dude. Raise a water bottle to that. Having enough rock blocks to color code your fort the way you like. I go out of my way to do that. Holy wow. You know, it's crazy because every now and again you see a 100 plus month resub here now. There's only a handful of them, but there is a few of them. It's like they're the real OGs at that point. Alright, so this I'm going to accept. The other thing to remember about guild halls, because we were talking a little bit about guild halls being designated earlier, is if a guild hall is designated and you forget and it expires, they will get upset with you, but they will request it in the future, so. And I've absolutely missed it. Missed them many times. And will miss them again. The best part about Rangers guild halls is they do tend to train ambushing, which is very, very good. I don't want rock salt. I would like borax. Borax, ideally. No, I only have 12 blocks, so that's actually not all that much. Let's do granite then. And we're in an ad break. I will just finish designating all these walls and not unpause the game until the ads are done. Before you go blind, you've blocked everything in. I know. Don't worry. I got this. You find it too difficult to keep track of guild halls? I just leave the menu up. To me, there is nothing difficult about it, but if it curves off the friction points of the game enough, then use it. If it benefits your game, use it. I don't find them hard to track at all, so. But I've learned pretty consistently that I am in the minority there. Most people find them difficult to track. So this is kind of like a half shield, or this is kind of like... This is the ranger, so maybe this is like a fall trap, or like a abstract bow, maybe, or a sling? Well, I'll say this, like, there are habits that you can learn to not have to rely on it if you don't like relying on it, but at the same time, there's nothing inherently wrong with relying on it. It's just not the way I play the game personally. I think some people, like, take the way I play the game a little bit too much to heart. Like, if I don't do something, that doesn't mean that it's, like, an incorrect way to play. Like, if just play the game the way that you find rewarding and fun to play, and just do that. Don't worry too much about it. For me, the only issue with relying on DF hack stuff is there are some things that DF hack does that I think are just good to learn, which the game allows you to completely skip if you use DF hack. So stuff like how to build a burrow and run with just burrows, I think is actually like a really good skill to learn, and I think some people completely usurp that because they're like, oh, burrows don't work. It's like, no, they do. There's just some skills that don't get canceled by burrows, so you hit tab and then you can cancel them with a few clicks in here, or hit T to open up that tab. And there's a few things like that, but like aside from that, like realistically, just if it makes your gameplay more pleasant, just go nuts, use it. Like, that's what's important, is that you enjoy playing the game. Like, it's not so important that you achieve some, I don't know, level of pure gameplay or whatever nonsense. Yeah, I had a really hard time waking up this morning too, Alice. Is there a way to determine how effective iron bolts are in comparison to copper? Iron is heavier than copper. Iron is sharper than copper. Bolts are like spears in that they do some blunt damage and some piercing damage. Iron is sharp enough to pierce through iron and bronze armor, whereas copper is not. So for copper, you'll get them bouncing off of a lot of armor, whereas, like, if you're fighting against, like, elves, copper is not, you're not going to have any issues. But if they have, like, iron or steel armor and you're fighting with copper bolts, copper's going to do more blunt damage because it's just going to bounce off their armor, which is going to cause bruising and cause them to drop their weapons and stuff, which is effective and will do the job, but won't be as effective as just, you know, doing it the other way. The Unbridled Pack. I'm going to call this the Unbridled Beans. Actually, I wonder. The Hungry Beans. I wanted to call them the Hunting Beans, but we're just gonna call it. We're gonna call them the Hungry Beans. That's the name of this room. Kappa's different today? Why is it Ezekiel the Third? That looks like Ezekiel. Is that Ezekiel? Looks like Zeke. Unless I'm crazy. I might be crazy. There's a non-zero chance that you eat beans tonight. I had chickpeas last night. Kipo's still the same? There you go. You love your baked beans? I don't eat many baked beans, but I like beans. Why is your sand gathering spot not valid? Is there something growing on it? I use walls because they can't have anything growing on them and never lose their validity. Okay, let's go over to here and multi-floor some of these bedrooms. Upsies. Not right there, that's for sure. It does look like him, but why? I'm sure there's some reason for it. There's got to be something happening today. I don't know. Usually when stuff like that happens, like when an emote looks different for a day, it's because some sort of event is happening somewhere that I have no idea exists or why it matters, and then I forget about it 25 minutes later. And then I go, why does Kappa look different? Oh, sandy clay walls wouldn't work. If it was clay, it won't work. Yeah, that won't work for sand collection, because that's not sand. I mean, it's sandy, but it's not sand. So that's why they're not valid, is because you don't have clay. It's because you have clay walls, not sand walls. Bearded weirdo, please. Well, thank you for saying please. That's very polite of you. Let me finish designating these bedrooms, and I will give you the bearded weirdo of your beans. Not dreams, just beans. You hate this game sometimes, such is life, Falconia. I would say look very closely in the cavern layers. A lot of the time when there isn't officially sand on the map, I'll find sand on the ground in the caverns. You need to check your sand loam chart first. Yeah, you need to check that sand for purities, so make sure that you eat at least 2 handfuls of it just for clarification. You know, I'm still one of those oddballs from the olden days where, like, the one thing that I truly miss from version 47 was it never told you what type of metals were on the map. In order to actually get that, you needed DF hack installed, and it was one of the reasons I didn't use DF hack back in the day, because one of my favorite things was just settling on some metals and then just having to make it work with something that I had, like, no information going in as to what I was going to actually have for metals. And I super duper missed that lack of information that they didn't give you. Like, it was always fun to just, like, yes, we got magnetite. But from what I could tell, the majority of the player base was just like, this is the worst thing in the world and I hate this. That was quick. Orange. When's your transfer? Yeah, I set it as a toggle. I mean, similarly to how you could, like, toggle on and off exposed legends. Sorry. Runny nose. Need to hydrate. All right. This is going to be ice blue. Who has no ambition whatsoever, and he's a pessimist. He is swayed by emotional appeals and is confident under pressure. He acts with little determination and confidence, and he tends to think before acting. He doesn't often feel envious of others and is often cheerful. He doesn't focus on material goods and is slow to trust others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally has abandoned any attempt of self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive. He believes that those he believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected and doesn't particularly value loyalty. He likes sylvite, gold, and red zircon, as well as giant leopard seal leather. The color lava wool, the color emerald, amulets, and the sight of the couple of glossing of impossible prefers to consume horse, guppy, not horse guppy, horse and guppy, and sweet potato wine, and amaranth, and purple amaranth leaves, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Nice, easy flip-flop. Hop or hopscotch over, I guess. Orange. I just liked the wording of deep metal and shallow metal, mostly because it kind of sounds like the dwarves have some sort of like supernatural sense that there is metal there. They're just like kind of not sure what. It's the good old-fashioned beard radar, you know? As far as family goes, you have no friends, but you do worship the same god that just about everybody else does. You're a member of the profane doctrine, which is the least popular version of that religion, from what I can tell. You're decked out in mostly steel gear for the gear that you do have. Although we need to swap out your socks soon. And you're a dabbling, or out-of-practice musician, but are getting a chance to socialize right now. And you've spent a lot of time reading books recently and training the military. You're an adequate swords dwarf. I also hate gnats, yes. I had fungus gnats in my... I've had fungus gnats on and off for the past few months, and they've been a bit annoying, but it's fine. Been dealing with them. Also, it's winter, so they've been dying anyway. Which has been nice. I feel like the controls freak min-maxer gameplay enjoyers often end up not ruining the game, but compromising parts of the game for us more free-form RP-style players. But, you know, is what it is. Such is the battles of playing video games, you know? Not everybody's going to get the same level of enjoyment out of the same mechanics, so it's just something you kind of got to work with. Yep, there's no right way to play. Which is why I would like it if that was a toggle. I don't want to know what kind of metal I settle on. More options is good, but less options is not good. Yeah, some people like to ruin all the fun in things. This is true, Darius. You are correct. I mean, some people get very different kinds of fun out of things. Yeah, there's some high mineral content in these pots. Basically, Christopher. Can smell it in the air. It's like, all I smell is sweat and must. It's like, yeah, well, it's about right. Stench of dwarf. Game's out 2 days later. I mean, that's just every MMO that releases, right? Job's done. Back to WoW. Rams actually self-destruct after 30 days. But I think Tarn made them self-destruct faster because I was seeing them self-destruct yesterday quite quickly. There was also a bug when the Siege update first released where the people operating the Rams could get stuck underground and then they would never deconstruct, which I think that's really funny. Genuinely, like, that's a really funny bug. Because I had some sand people pop out of the sand and like kill my dwarves, which was very funny. Good evening, Dalkin. Are you out for the night? Where I come from, that means goodbye. If you're tuning out, we'll see you later, dude. That is not funny to see. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin. Oh no, knowledge wanders. Sounds like I'm studying under Professor Knowledge Wonders, who is a competent commander. Beware, they're armored, skilled, mounted goblin pikemen. Clearly they were waiting for Dalkin to go to bed before they sieged, so. Good night, Dalkin. They look friendly. Yeah, I think they want hugs. Beware their monstrous siege engineers, which I'm presuming are those guys. Let's pause. Whoop, pause. I'm curious about how far up they come down in. So this is where I was putting my tree bombs. So maybe it's a good thing that I didn't put them so far up. I guess these are the mounts mounted on Ruthrers. They're just adept and skilled. Let's see what we're up against here. Oh. The Elvish diplomat also arrived. I'm looking for any masters, but I don't see any. What do the ogres have? They brought slate. I really want something to break, and I want them to bring Slade. I don't know what I would need to do for them to bring Slade, but... Ooh, and you have a great pick. Okay, so we got one with a great pick, and then one with Slade. We've got battering rams and all kinds of other fun stuff. And I've got the gate locked. Presume that means I was getting attacked recently. Okay, well... Can't remember what each of these squads do, so let's just double check. I think it's just the top one is Mark's Dwarf squad. They're all ammoed up, which is good. Everybody else is all over the place. So I'm going to send the Mark's Dwarves right here. I'm going to fire at will on all of these. I still haven't set up a stockpile up here. I should probably do that. We're going to set all these up here to fire at will as well. I need to expand the party zone. Let's zoom out a little bit. Because that also now needs to include all of this, as well as all of this, so that they can get in and out of their bedrooms. Turn that on. And then the rest of these squads, not you, are just going to station right by the door. Maybe actually I'll put one of them a little higher up just in case. All right. This is hard difficulty, which just increases the frequency and size of sieges. So they're probably just going to beeline for this drawbridge, if I had to bet. Okay, there goes the first boulder. First boulder explodes down here. There's a bit of damage. Nothing crazy, but there's a few injured goblins in the mix now. I mean, you did just get hit by a spinning masterwork quality rock salt, which spun and chipped. Hit them in the upper leg, which chipped the bone, so it broke your leg, basically. It's pretty rough. Got another one going out in a moment. Oh, I didn't set you two up. Got dwarves coming to operate. They did kind of get the jump on me. But here comes the Mark's Dwarves, who are now going to begin shredding the goblins who made it in. Dwarf was found dead, because I'm not sure how you got in, but this dwarf got over the edge somehow. Must have climbed up a tree. But thankfully, these dwarves over here can fight them off. Let me just station a squad over here and go deal with this guy instead of you dying. Nish was found dead, which was down below. That was the other worker right there. A Helix has been founded, half a day's travel to the east, and incorporated into my holdings. That's lovely news. Anyways, we got problems. So I'm presuming that they're going to try and build. I mean, you've got blocks. Where's the guy with the pickaxe? The other ogre. This isn't that big of a siege, but... Okay, so... They're both right there. I'm curious if they're going to start digging or if they're going to do anything silly. I'm going to move this squad down a level. The bolt throwers up top are beginning to fight, or are beginning to fire. They can't fully rotate, so, because of the angle. He just fucking teleported. I'm pretty sure he climbed up the wall, but he did kind of appear there. I'm really curious to see what the ogres try to do. There isn't too much that they can do from this angle. I'm going to send the Marks dwarves over to this side, because they'll have more space that they can fire at from over here. Uh-oh. Hey! Tango, what are you doing? It is nice to know that they still do this. This dwarf isn't even in a squad. This is just a dwarf who's brave. Alright, well, they're brave, so let's open the gates and send the dwarves in. Well done, dwarf. Yeah, there goes another one. Bennett has jumped in and is hacking at this guy with his pickaxe. Probably going to do some work there. I'm going to turn off the catapults so that we don't get friendly fired. Got a few more dwarves that have crossed the edge. Very brave Bennett here. Charging up, who's now bleeding and overexerted and winded. No, you're going to die. Rest in peace, you brave miner. Much respect was had for you. Same for you, Woodburner. But the rest of the squads are making their entry. Heading towards those mounted Ruthra riders. As the dwarves charge through. And then we find the additional ambushing goblins, who are south, I think. They take out the... Uh-oh. Two of my spear dwarves are found dead quite quickly, actually. Those guys had some skills. These are pikemen. Actually, no, I don't want you to be here. Don't you come. You stay back. They continue to fight through. Curious if there's any other ambushing squads. We're mostly just chasing Rutherers down. Chasing the last few pikemen away. Come on, dwarves. Keep running. Although the Rutherer has the advantage. The Rutherer can't get tired, so... Oopsies. Let's see if the dwarf can. Come on, Alf. Keep chasing. Keep them under threat. They'll fall off eventually. I think a bolt hit it. Started bleeding. A very quick swords dwarf at the front. Oh, it dropped its pike. We're off to the races now. How many of them are still here? I think it's literally just the one. The goblin has fallen. It's now just the Rutherer who's tired and overcome by terror, who's finally starting to get tired. I've caught up with it. The goblin falls. That went pretty well, I think. But we did lose 3 dwarves. That was my fault. I mean, it's what I get for allowing the burrow to go up here. I think he was restationing an animal and got a little too brave. Wasn't ideal, but could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. Let's just get all these dwarves training. and turn off all of these stations. In the open with the siege weapons too? Yeah, like there's actual reasons to like open the gates and charge now. And with the way that the siege weapons work now, you can kind of fend off a siege enough that there is a point where it makes sense to say charge, you know? Like there's absolutely a point where that makes sense. And I think that part's maybe the coolest part of it all. Is that there's a point where that makes sense. We are still in the burrow. I'm gonna turn off the burrow. I'm just gonna go down here real quick. And just make 2 or 3 more tombs. That's not an elephant for sale. That's an elephant they're using for trading. But I could try and sell them a rhino or something. So we did lose 4 dwarves. Which is a shame, but could have been a lot worse. So we got dwarves loading bolts and things. A lot of loading bolt throwers. There's a stockpile drop going on. I just want to see the bodies going underground. Cage the elephant. I can't do anything with a trader elephant unless I make own it, and I don't want an elephant. I don't want to breed elephants. I'll just be direct with you. If they brought a tame one, sure, I'll buy one, but I'm not going to breed elephants. You just need to get, like, a reinforced scaffolding for your soul. So it won't so easily be crushed. So this is my very, not super roundabout, but this is my current method of disposing of bodies. I'm going to make it more efficient soon. I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll have a way of dropping bodies directly down to here. Elves don't bring wagons. They just bring pack animals. So, you don't have to worry about that. Any animal that requires 10 years to become full size, I kind of have no interest in raising. Especially because they require so much space for grazing. It's not something I feel like doing in this fort. If we get giant bears, then we'll talk, but... How do I deal with the miasma underground? Don't stand in the room very long. Like, literally, once they go into here, which is pretty quick, the miasma just goes away. So it's kind of, like, not really an issue. You have disrespected the trees in this area. Duh. But this is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. Okay, sure. Speaking of, I'm gonna rig these trees to explode. That's what he meant, right? I think that's what he meant. I'm pretty sure that's what they were talking about. So we're just gonna rig these trees to explode because this is where the siege came from. So I'm presuming the next one will come from here too. I've got a bunch of trees to rig to explode, actually. I mean, as a tree hugger myself in real life, I have deep respect for the elves. But I do understand how they can get a little bothersome. I do understand. I do get. I do get the pain that they cause for some of the weak-hearted dwarves out there. Some dwarves have very thin skins of self-esteem. And when the elves come by and say, this is our land and We told you that you couldn't do that, and then you go, oh no. Anyways. Anger is never the right response for such things. I do need to make some rock coffins, though. Yeah, if I was in a more peaceful fort, I would be cool with doing elephants. I don't like having to have such large grazing spaces for them. Especially like when you're talking about breeding them, and then you have to keep them alive, and you have to make sure nothing gets in. It's like, nah. Let me just go through here and unforbid all of the construction, which isn't much, actually. And then let me just grab this and throw in some more beds. And zoom out a little bit. Do all these. It's 24 more beds. That should be plenty. And I've got even more beds lined up and ready to go. Yep. This is actually plenty, which is lovely. Everyone gets a bed, even the kids. Even the little ones get beds. Even the baby gets a bed. Trees explode? You know how you create cave-ins? I'm basically rigging the trees to collapse. So I'm making tree bombs. Like this. So what I'm going to do, although this one won't actually work. Otherwise I'd have to break the river to do it, but... And then I can go up to here. Finish these ones up top. We need a lot of mechanisms for this. I could automate them too, which I think I might. Using pressure plates. So basically, I'm gonna go right here. Just place a pressure plate and say creatures trigger, but citizens don't. Oh, it's too close to the edge. Creatures trigger, but citizens do not. And creatures trigger, but citizens do not. And creatures trigger, but citizens do not. Save the game streamer? Okay. Rip hapless possum or kangaroo that steps on a trap. Well, hopefully they don't. Hopefully they don't. I just realized I don't have that first cavern layer hotkeyed. Okay, well, we do have stuff getting put in tombs. Got a dwarf pushing the track vehicle. Looks like we're going down. Or no, we're going down to go get it. They already pushed it. Comes around here. All the bodies in here, which is that, get dumped into the lava. With the minecart nice and away in a safe spot. A dwarf for my daughter's Princess Pop. You want me to name a dwarf named Princess Pop? Or is Princess Pop something that needs to be named? I'm confused. What specifically am I naming a dwarf, I guess is the question. So that I can put a support underneath them, and then using either levers or pressure plates cause them to collapse and blow up. Yes, please. That wasn't... Okay, Princess Pop is the name. Okay. I was like, that doesn't really answer my question, but... Unfortunately, you don't have any daughters in the fortress. Which is a bit of a shame. Does your wife? Your wife does. Or your girlfriend does. Princess Pop, she's 26 years old, meditating on fortresses. Her mom's Tubby Lord. Her aunt is Stone. And her younger half-brother is Tekid I'm Stupid Kek W, who doesn't live here anymore. I wonder why. Elray is the younger half-brother. She finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. She's completely wrapped up in her own appearance and abilities and other personal matters. She is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and she feels a strong need to pay back favors done for her. She is not easily moved to mercy, and she is conflicted by this, since she sees these tendencies and impotent for the quest for power. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and she is grounded in reality. She is always tense and jittery, and she tends to avoid crowds. She tends to form negative views about things, and she tends to think before acting. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she occasionally can overindulge. She isn't particularly ambitious, and when she gets bored, she starts talking to inanimate objects. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity absolutely abhorrent. Doesn't think much about decorum, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. She likes chalk and platinum and blue jade, as well as reacher bone and bracelets and cacao trees for their flowers. And she also likes the words of the wanderer of walking, and the sight of the azure petals of impossible prefers to consume, bilberry wine, and 2-grain wheat flour, and tomatillos, and absolutely hates mussels. And I think that's everything. You're a former member of the Mint League, which is another local group attached to this. You're a part of the Doctrine of Cradling, which is a different god that most people worship. It's one that I don't recognize. And, yeah, definitely an outlier in the fort. Wants to acquire something. Bah, sorry. Nose is running. What are we talking about? In regards to sap that can blind you? Poison apples? Oh, the various toxic trees? You know, I'll be honest with you. Having dealt with some pretty bad syndromes in Dwarf Fortress, I'm kind of very happy that there isn't, like, a type of tree that can just, like, kill dwarves, or, like, poisonous substances, or for that matter, any, like, real, like, diseases to speak of. Because I've had, like, equivalents of that stuff before, and it just sucks. It just sucks to deal with. Like, it's just kind of a not fun thing to play with, I suppose, is the way I would say it. Uh-oh. That was close. This one's actually actively being held up by another one. That would have killed a dwarf. You had blistering muck, it blinded one poor sap? Yeah, no, that's about right. But I've had whole forts, like, get taken down to their knees. What the heck is Nil up to? Like, why are we not making those coffins? Oh, I said coffer, not coffin. Right. That's on me. I do need coffers as well, but... How so? Like, why does it classify so high? Out of curiosity. Like, what made that siege so memorable? I mean, this one was fun. I mean, like, that was a pretty small one, too. Like, they came in from the outside, they had battering rams, we had to fend them off for a bit and soften up the front line, and then when they got to the door and began to, like, ford the walls, we did our best to scurry outside and clean up the ones that we'd softened up, lost a few dwarves in the process, found an ambush, killed them, and then picked them off one by one, and eventually routed the rest. I mean, like, that was a pretty good fight. There's a D&D plot about Dwarven spice being poison to less hardy races. I mean, Dwarf Fortress alcohol is kind of poisonous to less hardy races already. Just in that, like, they are such high alcohol content that if you're playing a human and you drink, like, a glass of Dwarven rum, and then you have another glass of Dwarven rum, and then another glass of Dwarven rum, there is a good chance you will just die of alcohol poisoning. Like, a really good chance you will just die. Yep. Nipurio. Yep. So do you know how I make Hammers of Arbok LDM in my videos? Where I put stuff on top of something and then I collapse it? I'll trigger one and show you what I mean. I'll set one off. It's gonna make the landscape a mess of Swiss cheese after a bit, but... the surgeon has been taken by a Fey mood. I need one that's, like, far away from... Here, we'll just make one out here. That's what I'll do. Except I'll do this at higher priority so it just gets done. It's really nice to see sieges that aren't as predictable as they were before. Because, like, that's the main thing that's changed, right? Like, they're just not particularly predictable anymore. Like, they're going to do some varied things, and it's going to catch you off guard if you're not paying attention, and I think that that's really cool. Just going to select a couple gems and see what they brought. Bunch of instruments. They've got a giant capybara. They brought a worm, a kestrel, an aardvark. I'll grab the rattlesnake and put it in an aquarium, why not? I'll grab the anaconda and put it in an aquarium, why not? It's a shame they only brought one giant animal. They did bring a cheetah. I'll put that in an aquarium. Why are those trees warm? Because this map is super hot. It is scorching. It is as hot as you can get. In default settings, anyway. So because of that, it is quite warm. The anaconda don't want none. If you ain't got buns, hunt. Also, I'm going to actually shrink this half of the thing and just expand you, because I don't really want all these dwarves like clumped up right there. It's stopping them from dancing. All right, don't need any goblets there. And then here I'm just going to go in and grab cages. That's not what I wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, thing. 7, 8. Here comes the sun, and I say it's all right. I think I'm also going to put some tombs over here. Because I think some dwarves deserve to be buried under the tavern. The dwarves would immediately immolate due to temperature. Sounds like you made it too hot. This map isn't too hot, but it is very hot. Oh. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital. And with continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. Some migrants have arrived. Well, ain't that exciting? Let me just get these animals distributed into these, and then we will... So is it a king? Or a queen? Oh, they haven't actually arrived on the map just yet. But I do have a legend. This is something I really like about when you get the king and queen, or the monarch, is you get all of their soldiers along with them. And so you just basically get a free legendary squad. And a goose, apparently. Legendary Spear Dwarf. You're just a normal migrant. That's the fish cleaner. Oh, there's the queen. Katen. Oh, wow. She's killed elves in Palace Oiled, which was one of my locations. And her eldest son is Jarkovlak, my militia commander. All hail the queen. I don't think her husband's coming. I think it's just her. She personally values a harmonious existence and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Does not particularly value the truth. And Elray is her younger half-brother. I think Jarkovic just became our champion. Which is a weird role that just makes your military train slightly faster. Although I need to find them in the list. Actually, let's just do it this way. Ah, right at the top. Makes sense. He's also got a crutch right now. He's lost the ability to stand, so he got pretty badly injured in that last fight. What's his actual injury? Oh. His right foot is gone. No offense, man, but I'm gonna replace you. I think it's time to give you a break. What with the foot gone and all. It's time for you to take a new career and only wear one shoe and sock for the rest of your life. Also, the child leading the giant capybara is pretty great. What else can I learn about the queen here? She only knows 2 poems. Of course, she's the leader of the Lance of Men, former member of the Notched Snake. She's a member of the Denomination of Hating, former member of the Bond of Cities. Welcome to the fort. The giant capybara is terrific. Yeah, that's true. Well, I did say we may get the Monarch today. I didn't think it would be that quick, but here we are. Let me just make some tombs down here. He'll become a master crutch walker and be very fast soon. Coconut doggy. Hard butt doggy. The surgeon has created a Saigon Kazat, a borax bracelet, and offers it to the music of beans. I think that's a gift for my queen. It's something. Nothing crazy, but it's something. You just have joined out of nowhere. What is going on? This is Dwarf Fortress, and what is going on? I am making tombs and about to try and satisfy the needs of my queen. What is up with you? YouTube chatter. Of nowhere. Yeah, I don't know. It's been really cool to see people come back to a Dwarf Fortress update and then stick. Like, this is the first time I've seen an update do that in quite a while. I think the last time I saw people really come back to the game and stick around for a while was SDL2. So it's been a good couple of years. I mean, Adventure Mode did a little bit of that, but that didn't last for super long. Like, people kind of did one run and went, yep, cool. But I'm seeing people, like, starting multiple forts. Hopefully word of mouth spreads a little bit and other people notice. It is a big update, and it's also a big update that people notice. You know what I mean? Like, it's a big update that's obvious from a player's perspective if you haven't played in a while, right? Like, stuff that's just like, oh, this is fixing a bunch of long existing mechanical issues. That's, like, one thing, but I'm just gonna pre-give you that because I think you've earned it. What did the update do? It completely changed the patterns and the behaviors of enemy invaders and gave them new equipment and things that they can do and accomplish, made enemy sieges a lot more varied, and basically it's like an overhaul of enemy invasions is what it is in simple terms. With more stuff to come in the pretty near future, from what we can tell. Yeah, and they redid all of the siege weapons and added a new one. So it's a lot of that kind of stuff. Oh boy. The Creed of Angels needs a temple and a priest, and the Profane Doctrine needs a temple complex and a high priest. Where is the Profane Doctrine? Which one was that? Let me pause the game for a second. I think it was the Hateful Sanctum, wasn't it? Yes. So the Hateful Sanctum needs higher value stuff. I do have quite a bit of charcoal. Let's see what I have for metal at the moment. I don't want to make steel furniture. Let's make steel statues. Because I need to increase the value of things. Just go 5. Catapults are, like, usable. I'm not going to say that catapults are great, but I've absolutely seen them kill weaker enemy units. And they're good at, like, giving a lot of mild injuries to a group really quickly, which, honestly, extremely useful if you're trying to fight an enemy army. So, I don't know. I think they're super useful in regards to catapults. Saying they suck is maybe a bit unfair to the good catapults. Catapults are AoE slash anti-horde. Yeah, it's like projectile weapon traps. Which sounds silly, but... Direct hits explode and send out shrapnel. Did they do that before? I have zero recollection of that. Direct hits explode and send out shrapnel. They can aim up, down, within a cone. And left and right. They target specific units. They don't get dodged as much. And dwarves don't run away in fear while trying to shoot them. So dwarves will stick to them and fire them off and reload them much more consistently. This is 11. Let's see, what do I have 11 of? Let's do the red stuff. Or operator skill? I know that operator skill speeds up the rate of fire and reloading. I don't know if I've seen different quality shards, though. I've only ever seen masterwork quality ones. It's gonna break your decades of old laziness of making long underground hallway killway mazes. You can still do those. You absolutely can. They just will turn around and run if they realize they're in a trap. So you may just need to have more routes, multiple doors, and such things. Like, trust me, you can still just turtle. Like, you just have to be deeper and more dedicated to it. I was meaning to do that in this fort, and I just literally never got around to it. Silver She. So I'm currently using really shitty siege operators, but I am getting some that are getting talented. So maybe what I'll do is I'll prioritize some as we get there. All right, let me just go through here and unpause all these. What I need to do is I need to make the trees less likely to be climbable, because I keep getting climbing trees. All right, now we did get attacked, so things got distracted here, but... I'm going to dig under this. I'm going to pause the game chat, because we're in an ad break. I'm going to go use the washroom. And then I'm going to show you what I mean with these trees. boy. Dragomans. You want just a military dwarf? Beard don't matter in the military. Can. Do. Ah. Sorry, no. Toilet break. Ad break, actually. Just let me do this first. Dwarf? Who dig? It's everybody's favorite chair stream, again. Oh, there's a dwarf's dead body that's visible right there. Does Nish have a dead body? Yeah, it seems like you have a grave, so someone should be putting you in a tomb. Unless they were just remembering it. Let's get this done. Go to here, do that. Wait for this to get constructed. The escorted barricade? Yeah, that's pretty fitting. So this is just going to be a... Oh my god, I got another one. I've also got a woodworkers guild. We're just like at that part of the fort where everybody's just showing up. Also, I'm just going to expel this person because I don't think you have any family, and I have to deal with some of these happy dwarves, and if I get rid of a couple of these woodworkers, then they won't care if I don't make the guild as much. Because like that one I will accept, but I will ignore that one because I don't want a woodworkers guild. So I'm going to expel, like, 2 carpenters. Okay. With that done, this now has a support connected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this lever. This is just my test lever. And I'm going to hit link, and then I'm going to link it up to this support. I'm also going to go up top, and I'm going to dig this out. So I just have this singular date palm tree. And then after that, we'll name Dragon. All right, chat. So, if you like to see stuff cave in, we're going to cave something in here. This is going to be a test run, just to show you how this works, and assuming it does work. So we're going to follow Tyrantos, who's doing the linking building to trigger task. Very important, frankly. Very, very, very important. So that's 1/2. Oh shit, I should make some hoods. How much leather am I sitting on? Tanned hides? Let's just make 100 leather hoods. You are best built? Well, you're best linker. You're doing linking. Mechanics, if you will. Apparently you have some skill in siege operating as well, which is kind of cool. Is this exploding trees? That's what I'm trying to do. All right, so the way this works is there is nothing holding this tree up. Just this support. So if I get rid of this... when a dwarf pulls this lever... what should happen... is this tree should collapse. And that's an exploding tree. So that's a very small tree because it's just a palm. And I don't think that counts towards the elf total, but I could be mistaken. But what I can do now is I can go around to different trees everywhere. As long as they're supported by these. And remove all of the dirt around the edges. And I'm hoping 2 things are going to happen. I have a suspicion of something that might happen, And then there's something I'm hoping will happen. This one is a no-go. I actually have to cancel this one. The thing that I'm hoping will happen is I hope that the baddies will knock them down, knock the supports down, like get rid of the supports and break them. Because then, if that's the case, then they'll cave them in on themselves, which would be great. But otherwise, I'm going to connect these to levers so that I can cave them in. And I may also put in some pressure plates so that the enemy can step on them and cave them in. And just 2 casualties? Just 2. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I had 4 casualties in the first 90 seconds of this fort, so... certainly off to a pretty good start, I think. How did you discover Dwarf Fort, if I can ask? I'm always amazed when people discover this game, mostly because, like, it's been so ubiquitous in my reality for so long that I forget that some people somehow have missed it. Yes. So I dig out 1 tile underneath it, put the support there, and then remove all the dirt around the edges. It's pretty straightforward, really. Okay, let's finish making this temple. And I'm going to go grab some gems. And I'm going to go grab some other color gems instead of jaspers. Let's do these. Did I rename the dude? I did not. Military... or Dragomins. Why haven't you equipped gear? Dragominers. She doesn't think before acting, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She is quick to anger and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and has an active sense of humor. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She finds obligations confining, but she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals, and she thinks she is, when she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips. She often tells pointless stories when she's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and values self-control and respects perseverance. Saw a documentary on YouTube about it and found out about the Steam version, then found my tutorials. Did you see the, was it the no-clip one? Crow? If a siege operator earned skill and levels on one type of siege, yes, that applies to all siege weapons. Correct. Sigismundo. He likes native platinum and copper, as well as banded agate and bloodthorn and eye tooth and figurines and donkeys for their stubbornness and the moose for their antlers and the sound of the desert of luxury. When possible, prefers to consume pearl mullet beer and absolutely hates oysters. And you're a competent spear dwarf. I'm curious about this dwarf because I think I may have found a bug, actually. Dwarves that are super notable and then migrate from another location don't seem to equip gear, period. Like, they don't think they're part of a squad if I put them in one. So let's just refresh this squad. Maybe now you're gonna go equip stuff? Okay, there you go. Weird. Dreaming in ASCII? Yeah. Okay, no, that's fine. Weird. I don't know why you were doing this, but seem to be fixing it now. Also have some crappy old shoes. Shit. I'm also going to get squads training again. And then you. Get these 3. No, not you. Those 3 training over here. Perfect. That dwarf was a lady in regards to Dragonman. Who's also pissed off and not married. Member of the Farmers Guild. Likes learning about dodging, though. Not a very happy dwarf. Has killed several goblins, though. They did not. But no, not a dad. Could have been a mum, but not in this life. Alright, so this I'm going to expand to up to here. We just need some more of these to get installed. We'll keep an eye on the value of it. I'm just going to go around the edge of this. Get that girl some new shoes. Oh, wait, the one that I was just watching? I thought you were talking about the one that I named. No, this dwarf right here is definitely a dude. I do need to get him some new shoes, though. I don't know why he has old shoes. It's odd. Actually, because, like, we got tons of cave spider silk, or of giant cave spider silk shoes, which are quite high quality, so we could go get new shoes. It's not like an issue of there's not being enough, but we got a visiting general now. What are these valued at? 750? That's pretty good. Do I have tables and chairs that I can throw up here? I have several. Just mudstone, though. Nothing fancy. Then I gotta build a separate temple to the Creed of Angels. Actually, just gonna dig out all this, I think. And figure out where I'm gonna put the Creed of Angels. A lot of temples all at once. Maybe like just back here. Like do the Creed of Angels like this. Can double up the walls for higher value too. I guess I will just simply engrave the walls. And that'll probably get us over the hump here. What's up, J95? Good morning. It's technically morning for another, like, 60 seconds here. Also, hi, Romanoid Trial. Those things. Is there an easier way to train a dwarf at engraving than having them engrave hundreds and hundreds of random blocks? Make an engraver's guild and set it so that anybody can go in. That would be the easiest way. Then the best engravers in your fort will train everybody else. Everybody gets positive moods out of it, and it'll slowly just train up everybody. Emotional damage. Marital status effects. Absolutely, Dragon. Absolutely. It is their greatest weapon, but also their curse that they get to bear as a burden. Something tragic backstory. Just skimming chat, see what I missed. Cool. I think I'm all caught up. But yeah, today we're just kind of trying to keep up, and I'm also going to try and get down to the Magma Sea, and I'm probably going to need to build a few more squads today, like finish filtering in additional squads. Well, Second siege in 2 seasons. A vile force of darkness has arrived and is seeking a parley. The army is commanded by the goblin Cog, Pointed Smoldered, a competent commander. Beware, there's skilled goblin macemen. Why are they seeking? So this must be a really big one. Well, hopefully they're patient, because I've got a few tasks to do. I'm just gonna, while they're waiting, we are also gonna be waiting, and we're gonna link up a bunch of these trees and dig that out. Don't mind. It's very polite of them to wait. Very kind, even. But they are giving us a chance to get fully ready. Just as the fun has arrived, it certainly seems that way, yeah. Actually, let's just let them work on linking those up. I'm just gonna hope that nothing too terrible happens. I'm just gonna go to the fun zone and expand that. Let them work on this. How's the value of you? Oh, come on. It's like 3 to 5 off. I should probably actually prioritize higher quality engravers, but I kind of just don't care. As long as we get there. We'll get there. They're just like, what are they doing? It's like, nothing, they're just doing something in these holes. Also, maybe not all around them. How are we doing on bolts? Okay, we're almost out of bolts. I also need to queue up a bunch of bolts. Let's just do steel bolts. 30? It's an estimate. Oh, that's not good. There's also something else I kind of need to do. Dwarves keep ending up on this wall when they kind of shouldn't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a stair up right here. Maybe not out of whatever's close by. Let's actually use something specific. I'm just going to quickly roof off part of this. Not all of it. Just the top. Just so that dwarves stop climbing over and fighting, because I don't really want them doing that. That wasn't really the intended design of this. So I'm just going to go around the top here and just make like a row of roofs. Just one over the edge. Is that goose on the roof? Yes, so is this dwarf. Why is there a naked goblin general in my fort? Oh, because you're the general of my faction. That's generally suspicious. And you're naked aside from a crown and 2 bracelets and an amulet? I respect it. Live your life. That's my faction, yeah. Apparently. I don't know, I don't make the rules. Because goblins start beef with everybody. That's their main purpose for existence in life. YouTube chat. Goblins are just like the drama YouTubers of the Dwarf Fortress world. They live for the drama. They're there for the shock and the horror. And they feed off of it. I often wonder if their clothes rot off and they just never get replacements. You know, that actually wouldn't be too unlikely. We didn't miss much. Literally just the season moved over. That was just a crash, I don't know. Yeah, no, game crashed. Fresco. Is there a way to live peacefully with the goblins? Turn off enemy sieges. That's the only way to live peacefully with the goblins. Please no crashy, Mr. Game. No, I agree. Please no crashy. I'm just gonna do this. Get ahead of this. Also, let's see, yes, I already named Dragon. Save. That's a bit redundant, but I will do that in about 5 minutes. I'll do that when the siege shows up, Tubby Lord. Because we're currently at a save point, so I will move the save file, or save up, by like 10 seconds if I do that. So that seems a bit silly at the moment. So just give it just a moment for there to actually be a purpose of it. Just heard siege. Oh no, the game crashed, so it's got nothing. The siege will show up again, but also you'll have better results with those commands if you pay attention when you use them. But all right, we'll just leave that as is for right now. And then you right here, pull and link. And let's just make some rock mechanisms. 30, whatever. I don't really care about the rock type either. I'm sure I will later, but for right now I don't. Here, we'll just do this easy. I'll just refund the points to you there. All right, so cross your fingers and nose, chat. What? How dare they show up on the other side of the map? It's like they detected my trees in the in-between times between the first attack and the second. Anyway, a vile force of darkness has arrived. They are seeking a parley. The army is commanded by the Goblin Cog, pointed, smoldered, a competent commander. They got skilled macemen this time? Yep. Yeah. Was it Axemen, I think? I've seen Axe Lords. I've seen Swords Masters and Spear Masters before, separately. It's terrifying. Okay, now I will save. So let's say you've been a godsend on learning this game, dude. Happy to help, dude. Yeah, no, they used to always come from one specific direction, right? This is actually the first one I've seen on this side. Maybe they showed up on that side because I'm actively constructing on the surface. So they show up further away. But who knows? A crash was the vision they saw? Oh, man. The goblins are getting skills that I could not have ever dreamed of. It is terrifying. Just can't figure out why. What are they doing? I mean, the easiest way to, like, decipher what's going on with pathing stuff is see if they're in combat. because that's usually a giveaway. Or we'll give you a pretty good idea of what the heck's going on and what you can do about it. Okay, so I now have a high priest. Also lost both of my priests. Got a peasant who can be one of them. And then the high priest can be... Let's go with Darius. The mayor. The first truth. So we got the Holy Cradle and the first truth of this religion now. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta expand this. There isn't a dwarf who doesn't like wine. I'm not gonna go specifically through a bunch of dwarves' descriptions until I find one that happens to like wine. So do you want a male dwarf or a female dwarf? Trying to see what else I could toss in. Yeah, fuck it, I'll throw the large rat in there. Male dwarf, okay. Happy male dwarf. Yeah, this Mark's dwarf. Caleb is utterly fearless when confronted by danger to the point of lacking common sense. He is stingy with resources on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and he is a pessimist. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and he lives a fast-paced life. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has an active imagination and generally acts with impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He doesn't mind a little too mom discord in day-to-day living. He is conflicted by this since he values parties in day-to-day living. He is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He is a friendly individual and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works his greatest tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He can handle stress and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values nature and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior and sees introspection as important. He likes serpentine, pig iron, and sunstone and green glass, as well as giant pond turtle shell. The color ash gray, bolts, boxes, bins, and bins was made up, horses for their strength and the knight's follies for their unsettling origin. The blade weed for their stiff triangular leaves, and the words of the numbers of genius, and the sound of the desert of luxury, and the sight of the wispy style when possible prefers to consume hagfish, guava wine, hey, that counts, and worms. He hates worms. Hates them. He's a member of the Moral Coven and a militia dwarf of Trumpetbeans. They're failing to path correctly to eat. Well, there's something blocking them. Okay. So there's a common statement in Dwarf Fortress, which is like, they are failing to path. Something is blocking them. It's up to you now to figure out what is blocking them and why it's blocking them. If you can figure out the what and the why, you can pretty easily sort out the issue and get things back in order. But it is a matter of you being able to solve that. I don't know if I can necessarily answer that just with the amount of information I have. You love how some of the dwarves have personality that long and some have two-sentence personalities. It depends on how much they stray away from the norm, right? Because, like, every faction has, like, their societal norm. And the further away dwarves are from that, the longer their description is. So if you see a dwarf with, like, a one-sentence description, it's because they basically just match all the societal norms, which is they are a default very neutral dwarf. But the game only elaborates on what isn't, like, 0 on, like, the personality chart when you're setting that in adventure mode. So this is the army down here. It's actually a pretty small one. Unless they've got stealth units, which is absolutely possible. So... I've got these trees out here. And if they try to come in this way, I could just pull this lever. We're still linking stuff up. That's going to take a little bit. Oh! Okay. A forgotten beast named Therig Talbuher Aikudub Ohid has come. A hairy ankylosaur. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it belches and croaks, and its dark top hair is straight. Beware its deadly blood. And it's going to go hide at the edge of the map, right? I'm just going to send my whole army down here while that dwarf runs away. Well, never mind. It's going to keep chasing him. Run away, dwarf! Run away. And here comes the squads. Doo-doo-doo-doo. We've got it surrounded. It doesn't have a chance now. I mean, not completely surrounded. The first dwarf to find it is Shorast, who is an accomplished spear dwarf. We also have a skilled swords dwarf and Dulan, the legendary spear master. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves? There is a giant beast in the middle. And they begin stabbing, and immediately the creature begins bleeding. The first dwarf in combat was Sazir, who has stabbed and embedded twice their steel spear, once tearing the guts, shredding its internal organs. We've got several other stabs as the very skilled Shorast here dodges around the beast's attacks. We have Tekid, the swords dwarf, and Lytas, the adequate swords dwarf, coming around the corner as well. In just a few moments' time, it is clear that the beast will be shredded to pieces. And it was glorious. I will pause this real quick and actually just make a butcher shop right here. I also need to check. Did I queue up more bolts before or after the crash? I did it before. Steel bolt. Bots? Bolts. Looks like it, yep. There was a lot of us and one beast, and that wasn't that strong of one. Although, it was deadly dust, so if anybody's gonna die, they're gonna die after the fact. How do you deal with things like deadly blood? Hope the dwarves get a shower. That's how you deal with things like deadly blood. Back in the day, it used to be a lot more of a threat. I mean, it still is a threat. But as long as your dwarves have shoes, they should be fine walking through it. If they don't have shoes and somebody barefoot walks through, depending on what the syndrome is, because it could be like as mild as like, oh, it makes them feel sick for a bit. It could be as major as like, oh no, all their muscles rot. But if they walk through it with bare feet, because it has to touch bare skin, they run into problems. But if it usually takes a while to kick in, so as long as they go take a shower, which usually the military does after a fight anyway, it's not so big of a deal. That is big fucking nervous system. How much meat did we get from that? 12 brains stack. What meat? Was there no just straight meat? You got the 125 bones. You got the scale. Ooh. Good chunk of meat regardless, like 300 something. I just didn't see the actual steaks. Oh, there it is. 309. It's time to forget to make beast soap? Yes. Yes, we will definitely forget to make beast soap. All right. Let's just check bedrooms briefly once again. Yeah, okay. Let's just get all this stuff queued up and ready. Let's get all this stuff queued up and ready. A little bit worried about the lack of bolts, though. Forge steel bolts. Let's let you make a couple rounds of steel bolts. Twelve brains. Well, it's not 12 brains. It's just one very large brain. Uh-oh. Where's Miasma? I don't know what that was coming from, but it's gone now. It's all sandstone mechanisms. Okay, we are still making bolts. Still making bolts. Okay, well, let's check you real quick. Okay, we got some more available, which is really what we need. So, let's go. It is that time. I'm gonna forbid this. Why? Okay, I don't actually understand why dwarves keep ending up stuck up here, so I'm gonna actually move this barracks, I think. Because, like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. Except for this squad up here, you guys are gonna go stand up here. Okay. Going to deny that parlay and do a quick save. Always great when form and function work. Yeah, I need to make another one of these towers. Make a few more of them. Because it was pretty quick to throw up. It was just like the simplest design with the least possible construction materials required. Because I wanted something that would be functional, work as a defense, look nice, and also not use a lot of pieces so I didn't agitate the wildlife because I only had like a dozen dwarves at the time. And this is Untamed Wild, so if I do too much construction on the surface, it will freak out the wildlife. Okay, so they should just start firing any second now. Yep, there they go. Bolts flying down. And see how they're hiding underneath here? Like, this is an overhang that stops them from climbing up, but they're hiding here because there's cover, right? Like shit like that is super neat to see. All right, my dwarves begin shooting. Okay, where's the rest of them? That just seems to be the scout squad. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to use the trees. Okay, the front lines here are fending them off. Dwarves are reloading. Oh, that's not good. I see why. I forgot to turn on the burrow. That's on me. Well, Dumad and maybe turn around? Okay, well, yeah, there you go. Run away. Ideal. Perfect. That was on me. I super duper forgot to turn it on. It seems that they're either regrouping or retreating. Nope, they're regrouping. Where's the rest of them? There's one squad down here. Is there any coming in at the moment anywhere? Not that I'm seeing as their combat currently. Goblin Hammerman is fighting with something. By that I mean vomiting. Sorry, Goblin Axeman is vomiting. We're actually starting to get like the hard mode vibes now. So the question is, what are the majority of them doing? You're a diplomat. Sure you are. They're all just hanging out back here. A bunch of them are injured already. What's fun is like, if you find their leader, they usually group up around their leader, which gets like pointed out at the beginning. I think that there is a small minority of people who prefer those versions, but I think there are a small minority of people, and I don't understand why that's a relevant question. Hyper. I mean, that's the same with every game that's ever made. That's been around for a while, that's had different versions with different iterations that have had pretty seismic changes, is there are some people who will like older versions, and that's why those versions are still available, and some people still play them, but most people don't. I don't understand why that's a question that is relevant, that you feel the need to ask. Like, duh. Yeah, that's how video games work. That's how fans of things work. Some people will always like an earlier version of the thing that is no longer the thing that everybody has access to. That's just video games 101. Oh, you decide to go be brave, Madame Swordmaster? We'll go pick off those goblins one by one as they come forward. And you're heading out for what? I definitely screwed up and allowed some dwarves to leave when I shouldn't have. So that's on me. But if you think many, I mean, sure, there's dozens of people playing those versions. You constructed a Goblin Obsidian glass tower on top of a volcano and moved your fortress of 200 dwarves in it? Hell yeah! Now you're talking. I think these goblins are going to learn that this is maybe not the best angle to attack this fortress. And I have to put more tree bombs on this side, I think. How are we doing on ammo? Okay, so we are out of ammo for my bolt throwers. We are effectively out of ammo. Curious as to where they're trying to get to. Move this squad over to this side. And you are under attack with something. Okay, I need to save you, actually. Let's just send these squads out. I need to change my siege rules, I think. Stuff's not getting auto-forbidden the way I need it to. I also need to give these dwarves backpacks so that they can take snacks with them on the road, like this. And here comes the last of the fighting, probably. Got Alf up in the front, charging through the goblins. And the remaining skilled goblins fall just as quickly as they bloody well should. Except for Yushvir, who died. We do have several injured dwarves. Snail is one of them. I think we're going to lose Snail in a moment, chat. Rest in peace to Snail. Got a punctured lung from the looks of things. So let's see where Snail's at. Bashes him in the head. Ah, okay. Which pulls the neck, tearing apart the muscle in the upper spine. Their final words are, "I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken." Rest in peace, Snail. You were a good dwarf. One of the best of all time, even. That was a good dwarf. It's been around for a minute, too. Needs a statue? Sure. I also need to make a lot more bolts. Let's say green glass statue. 1. For Snail. Although they are trying to save him. They're recovering wounded. But he couldn't breathe. Rest in peace. You got Tyr, one other child, heading out to go put some dwarves into tombs. It's a damn shame. Truly. I mean, I've got 2,000 food with 169 dwarves. It's a lot of goblinite. Yeah, I really need to set up some lava disposal so that we, or not disposal, but I need to set up some lava so that we can actually get some forges going that are more consistent than these, which are not very consistent. Only 2 losses, though. I think that's pretty good. All right, let's get you not firing. You're getting loaded. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit. I'm also gonna keep some bone bolts, and if they aren't making them, they are making them good. They are making bone bolts, so that much is good. Got a bunch of dwarves in hospital. Let's actually check the hospital population. Cool. Yeah, we got all the doctors we need. Let's also check the items in the hospital. Let's just bump these up. See how many we're lacking and how many more we need. You're new to the game, any advice on how to promote your room to royal? Put like 10 statues in the room? He's still disgusted sleeping there. Smooth the floors, engrave the floors, try putting higher value statues. They use materials like metals or alloys. Put pedestals and other types of furniture. Make the or put things like ammunition, like bolts or other things on pedestals, because those often have quite a bit of value. That's all you can really do, is just keep adding stuff to it. Like I end up in the same boat a lot of the time, just adding stuff to rooms. Paxmac, it's good to see you. How you been? Any thoughts on quantum stockpiles? If you think quantum stockpiles are cheesy, you don't play this video game. Yes, I use quantum stockpiles. I have nothing against them. There is no reason to not use them. I use them for organizing stuff. I mean, I have 1, 2. There's at least 3 different iterations of quantum stockpiles I've had in this map. So like well, then he's just a whiny little twit. Actually, are you trying to satisfy a noble? Is that what it is? Because it could be they need specific furniture types. Because, like, a king and a queen need, like, weapon racks, right? Same with, like, mayors. Like, this guy's not happy. My duke is not happy because he doesn't have 3 chests. He doesn't have 5 chests. He only has 3 chests, so he's not happy. So it could be that. Like, look, make sure that you have the right number of weapon racks and armor stands. Also, just make the room bigger. That often helps. Let's just pause this so they can get to it. Oh. Okay, well then, yeah, I would just try making the room bigger. That would honestly be my best advice. Just make the room bigger. This can be paused so that doesn't get canceled. You right here are going to be a temple. The angelic, whatchamacallit. Faith of funerals. Right, doctrine, moral, or blameless. The creed of angels. There we are. Same God. Different denomination. I'm also going to go to engravers. I've got 3 really good engravers. Set this to only the best. Do the engraving. Let's just unforbid all the constructions that were started. I mean, we agreed to build a temple, so it's this one. Yeah, also another way to increase value of rooms is build a pedestal and put your artifacts on them. Or put anything on pedestals that's just higher value. Which could be artifacts, it could be like, I don't know, a cool pair of shoes, or a large diamond, or a gem of sorts. All right. While this is working away, I'm going to drop down here and do some shenanigans. By shenanigans, I mean I'm going to... Well, actually, no, I don't need that. Yes, I do need that second one. So let's do this and this. Okay. Then we'll do this, this, and this is where I asked chat. So, how's your day going? I got like 50 layers of this. I mean, Anno games, to me, have started to just feel the same, so I'll be completely honest, I've completely ignored this Anno. The Anno 117, yeah, just completely dodged. I really liked Anno 1800, that was nice, but I think I'm also the sort of person to play every, like, 5th or 6th Anno game. Yeah, I'll be fine. And then up here. Oh, shit. Forgot that I moved it again. And then you up to here. You always dread making pump stacks? I just dread designating the digging. Once they're dug, I don't care. Like it's, I quite like making pump stacks once the initial act of designating them is done. Because I just don't want to get one wrong. And I've gotten one wrong enough times that I worry about that. But outside of that, like, whatever. It's fine. Pump stacks are fun. Okay, so this is now satisfied, and, let's go with you. You don't seem too busy. Got dwarves that need cabinets. Oops, well, I guess I need to make more cabinets then. Okay. Process is going all right, although gardening is not. So let's actually see what the heck's going on with my gardening. Why are these... Okay, so we are actively, like, farming. I clearly just don't have enough fields, I guess. Not enough fields of dreams. I need to be able to field these dreams, so we're gonna plant some more fields. Burner inserter. Let's see. I have several wood burners and several furnace operators. What do you prefer? Also, username checks out. What you working on, Fraga? That sounds tedious, Vivid Nights. I would have to question why you're making steel pumps instead of iron pumps, which takes less materials via in YouTube chat, but okay. I don't know, there was one time I was building a 200-ish Z-level tall double pump stack, and as I was finishing it, a child toppled one of the ones at the bottom, and the entire thing collapsed. And I'm very happy that they don't all explode if one breaks now. It's only the deconstructed ones that broke. So this is it then. Burner inserter is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, can be a bit optimistic, and is very curious. Sometimes to his detriment, he's slow to anger, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He often feels nervous and is slow to trust others. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. When he's thinking art, he has a habit of licking his lips. When he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes hematite and copper and brown zircon, as well as panda leather and moon snail shell, and bucklers, doors, and ducks for their quacks, and giant snapping turtles for their long necks, and the words of the aquamarine of luxuries and the sound of the flowery skirts. When possible, prefers to consume giant elephant seal, black bullhead, and apple cider, and purple amaranth flower, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You don't have any family in the fort, but you do have several friends. You are a member of the Gleeful denomination, which is the same god as most of the dwarves here worship, except different denomination. Okay, so I also have to start working on a throne room, like stat, which I'm going to put over here, because this is my duke's quarters. And I think that it would make sense for the queen's quarters to be close to the duke's quarters. So I'm going to dig out that big space right there. And then this will be the queen's throne room. I didn't really think too much about nobility. I mean, yesterday, most of the stream, I was thinking about, like, starting to dig too deeply and make, like that kind of spaces, but I've had to completely flip over my priorities today. Any fell moods? I think I can count on one hand the number of fell moods I've had in the last 5 years. So, yes, dozens. Lost track. Like, how to those of you who get them frequently, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you play the game very differently than I do, clearly. Speaking of, I'm going to actually make more mist generators, I think. Speaking of moods... Actually, I've got an idea for a spot. I could basically go right here. Then I have this bedroom in the way. So no, I'm not going to go right there. I'm going to go to like around here maybe? Yeah, this will work. I'm just going to keep making these natural aquifer mist sprayers. You're talking about Mad Lab? Fine. She's a scholar. She's a scholar these days. Full-time scholar-ing. She thinks a lot about things. And is an engraver in her part-time. Although that being said, I do need to reorganize some of the really pissed off military dwarves. Which I think is actually something that I'm going to start doing now. That's how you know that I'm far-ish into a fort, is when I go, all right, those of you who aren't holding up to the beans are gonna have to bean removed. We'll swap you up for other people who fill the same skills. Shinobi as well. Let's see, do I have any peasants I could throw in here, actually? I do. Let's give them an opportunity to train. It's a chance at a retirement, potentially. You're also not super thrilled about your life. Danger Room is also a bop. I'm really happy that Danger Room got a redo. It is a good tune. It's not my favorite from the old ones, from the original fan soundtracks, but it's up there, that's for sure. Okay, let's do it that way. And could just put grates on top of these, but I'm gonna wait a little bit. I need to figure out exactly where I'm gonna dig up. Which I think I'm gonna dig up, like, right about here. Your PC can't handle more than 100 dwarves, really? You must have a very much a potato. You know what? I respect it. To all the good potatoes of the world, please keep running. What do you need? Diagnosis required, crutch required. Am I out of crutches? Yes, we are. Let's make wood crutches. Can you encrust the crutches? Sure, but that's not the priority. The priority is to get that Dwarf a crutch. But those are considered finished goods, so I could connect a stockpile, but I'm mostly encrusting furniture. Because if you say, like, what is it? Encrust finished goods with gems, and that'll do it. Also, hey, Gord. Hope you're doing well. You're simultaneously working and letting your 25 to 200 dwarf fortress do its thing. Are you just letting it run at a super slow frame rate, or? Yes, I'm using Linux. Nothing has changed there, Scott. Your boy is correct in YouTube chat. I am in fact using Linux. $12 FPS. Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's one way to... Like, I love the fact that Dwarf Fortress is one of those few games that, like, doubles as an optional idle game if you want it to be. Like, one of my favorite fan projects I ever saw of Dwarf Fortress was a number of years ago on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. There was somebody making what they called a Dwarf Fortress terrarium, which was just a picture frame size monitor, basically, that ran Dwarf Fort. And used, it was called DFAI, which is a bad name in the current year, but DFAI is I presume, series of automations for DFHack that give the game the impression that it's playing itself. So basically, like, it uses stencils and, like, combinations of macros to make older versions of the game play itself. And so they basically had, like, more or less a fish tank. That was just Dwarf Fortress playing itself, which is kind of cool. Forgotten Beast shot a fireball into a small army of floating eyes. Oh, man. That's gotta be worse than staring at the sun. I had an army of, whatever they're called. They're just like a mouth with wings. And, I had a Forgotten Beast with Deadly Dust show up. And the syndrome that the Deadly Dust had on it was projectile vomiting. So essentially what happened was I had a bunch of dwarves, or just like 40 of these just critters hanging out right there. And then suddenly, out of frickin' nowhere, this Forgotten Beast shows up and sprays dust everywhere, and the entire map was... And also, the Forgotten Beast itself was a blob composed of vomit. So it, like, didn't do much damage, but they covered the entire cavern layer with vomit. Hungry heads, those guys, yeah. It's like hungry hippos, but just heads. But yeah, they covered the entire layer with vomit. Make a steel throne. Rock armor stand. Rock weapon rack. Let's use petrified wood. And let's use slate. Do 20 of each. How much war has been waged? What, 2 sieges today, chat? Enough to make my nudes get... My moods get worse. This runny nose is killing me, chat. Enough to make my nudes get worse, yes. It just kind of happens? Yeah, but it's really funny when it's like out of nowhere, then suddenly the whole map. And not your dwarves. I appreciate that. Thanks, Queen Thing. You're gonna try and plant a fort and see how long it will take to survive? It will survive. You only have 1 day and then leave for the season or more. Only have 1 day and then leave for the season. Oh, so like you can't similar to what I did with similar to what I did with the following one dwarf for 10 years thing. Where I could only pause on the every 5 days. Good luck. Let's just deal with these agitated birds. It's also good trading for the squads. They're gonna head back and continue trading. There's one more agitated vulture back here. I'm sure he'll path over eventually. Okay. Let's keep working on this. What do I have for blocks? Let's do some of these. The all-seeing eyeball, or whatever this ends up looking like. Yeah, no, my nose has just been, like, annoyingly plugged this week, and there's not really, you know, all that much you can do about it aside from just wait for it to go away. It's not, like, even remotely a concerning sickness. It's just enough to be annoying and make life a bother. That's all it is. This morning when I woke up, I had almost no voice as well, which was also pretty unfun, but... Pokeball room? You know, I've never played a Pokemon game, so I cannot take ownership of that. If you think it looks like a Pokeball, then I've never seen a Pokeball that looked like this, but maybe now's the time to start. Bars, iron. Okay, we're almost out of steel. That's the problem. Let's do... Okay. Smelt, hematite, and make pig iron. 50 and 50. Just gonna make a ton of steel. Mike B, what's up, dude? Thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for AKA Mike B? If you happen to like oxygen not included. It's oxygen still not included, but Mike can help provide oxygen, maybe. Make me more rock blocks, please, game. I'm also going to expand the size of this. I'm also going to remove the number of shops that can use those. But welcome, Raiders. This is Dwarf Fortress. We got an update recently that redid a lot of the siege mechanics, so enemy invasions are a lot more varied and dynamic. And frankly, kind of mean. But that's what we're playing. That's what this is. Welcome to the stream. I did that, like, right before the crossbow dwarves got, right before they made crossbow dwarves way stronger queuing thing, and it was kind of hilarious watching a singular goblin thief walk into the fortress and simultaneously get filled by about 400 arrows, or 400 crossbow bolts, rather. It was genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever ran in a fortress, but also was, like, it's supremely impractical. Like, it was incredibly impractical, but it was entertaining. Because I've got a bunch of extra wood furnaces down here, I'm actually going to get rid of these two and swap those out for smelters. Let's increase the metal output. All right, we're going to get sieged now. Okay. Maybe not yet. Give it a moment. It'll happen. But Mike, what were you playing today? How's things? Hope stream was good. Let's just go smelter. With rats. Ooh. Oh, is that Whiskerwood? I think I got that. I think they gave me a copy of that. I've been meaning to look at that. Thank you for the $10, Panthercarpian YouTube chat. Appreciate the super chat. But yeah, this is my little fortress. It's awful. We hate it here. But the good news is, it could be worse. It could be awfuler, and we could hate it here more. Like this. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and they are seeking a parley. The enemy army is commanded by the Hair Fiend. You heard me. Fist scolded the furious master. An ancient and horrible demon escaped from the underworld before the dawn of time in year 1. As opposed to year 0. Fist Scalded became the master of the Dungeon of Warmth. It's better than the cold dungeons, to be honest. Beware their armored elite goblin swordsmen. The Angry Bun Bun. I might actually participate in their parlay. Are you armed? It's got a human bone earring. It's fully clothed, too. You know what's funny about goblins? Murder is legal and usually a common hobby and pastime for the masters. And, it's got 8 notable kills, all goblins, right? Got 137 other kills. All goblins in the place this guy lives. Like, 137, specifically. 137 37 times. Oops. This demon got bored and wandered out and just smacked some poor guy over the head. The evil Easter Bunny? Yes, except the Easter Bunny is the murder bunny. Demon Lord already? We have the Queen, and it is the year 256. Yeah, except if the rabbit killer was, like, anthropomorphized. This is more like, you know, like the Attack of the 50-foot tall woman, but if it was a giant rabbit. Also, it is a lady, so probably not too inaccurate. So, a member of the Scorpion of Gifting. Well, I mean, we worship the god of generosity, so that does check out. They appear to have brought ogres with great picks. And they are waiting. Murder Bunny has come, yes. Very much so. We are speeding up the making of things. Am I out of sand? Yes, okay, so here's something I gotta fix. I gotta clean up my bags. Let's just go to labor, orders. Let's go to seeds. If I can cook some more of these seeds, please. Well, maybe they need to actually be in a stockpile to be counted. Yeah, we'll just put them in that stockpile. I absolutely have just like shit tons of seeds that need to be cooked. Labor, kitchens. And old Hockey Thighs wants you to post some beers, chat. Hair Metal Demon? Sure. I was thinking more like Playboy Bunny Demon, but I mean, whatever floats your boat. Whatever helps you properly visualize the threats that we are about to fight. Alright, well, at least that's working. You're still making steel. We're making steel bars. And then let's say bolts. Make bone bolts. Did I finish making all those bolts? There's no way. There's no way. No, I did not. Should still be making steel bolts. Just don't have enough steel bars just yet. We're working on it. The other thing I think I'm going to do is make iron bolts. Those are more than efficient. Sufficient is maybe what I should say. Make 50 iron bolts as well. And I'm gonna fly down through the map real quick and queue up a bunch of these pumps. Also don't know how they haven't made it this far down. So I should be able to walk over... Oh, I see the problem. Wait. I don't actually, but just let them do that. Let's go all the way down to here and start building. So you... yeah, it should be fine. Can I actually build you right here? Yeah, no, they need support. I need that gone first. We are making Forgotten Beast Bone bolts, yes. So it's not time for that. We already have that. Lots of them, in fact. No, what it's time for right now, it's time to get jiggy with it and just make some real bolts out of some real materials that are actually useful and actually strong. That's what it's time for. So good news is I found some gabbro somehow, which is lovely, and a little bit of sandstone. Still very, very low on lava-safe materials, though. So I need to make some green glass blocks, I think. That or sandstone, because I think sandstone's lava-safe. Stone use. Petrified wood is. I'm not confirmed on that, so I'll just use petrified wood instead. So at the very least, I can get some of these going. First unnamed dwarf I see. Okay. So let me finish this. I know that gabbro is also lava safe, so we could use that too. So I use up the few gabbro blocks I have once we're done with the petrified wood. These ones. All right. Vivid Nightscape. Oops, that's... You get Moldath, the Outpost Liaison. He's kind of pissed. Vivid Nights. He's a perfectionist and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He has an overbearing personality and finds obligations confining, but he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to not reveal personal information and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and is somewhat quarrelsome. He believes that... And he is troubled by his nature, as he values harmony. He is not comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He laughs in a distinct fashion when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He's put out by family and values a harmonious existence and does not care about friendship. He likes Kesserite and axes and bracelets and dogs for their loyalty, and the sound of the intricate berry, and the sight of the saffron euphoria when possible prefers to consume, and muck roots and carrot wine, and absolutely hates spiders. He's a very long beard which is braided, and his sideburns are clean shaven, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His ears are free-lobed, and he has his aquamarine eyes are slightly sunken. His hair is mixed with gray, and his skin is copper. This guy is something else. I mean, hey. Some dwarves just have that self-flagellation desire. That desire to hate themselves and feel bad for it. And feel bad about it, I guess. Whew, I really need to get rid of this stuff. I'm just going to go down to here. Set this to take items. From, where is it? Right here. And all these severely damaged clothing can just get moved slowly. All right, I've got dwarves felling trees. We are working on this. Steel stuff's getting back up and running, which is good. I will be back in a moment. Chat, can I get a round of beers while I'm gone? And, I don't know, say something nice to each other. Just got your first fell moon in forever? Hell yeah!
Over here, he has a sword!
There we go. I can breathe again. Just went and blew my nose like crazy. Feels better now. Which means I will be able to breathe for the next, like, minute and a half before I won't be able to breathe anymore. Okay, so now I've got this up here leaking. And I've got these. So what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to do this. Which that's not going to fully dig. I'm going to have to use the pencil option for this. But we're in an ad break, so I'll just pause the game until the ads are done. Thinking of starting a fort on a glacier, can blocks made out of ice be melted? Yes. Blocks made out of ice can be melted. Although, you can't, okay, so you can't make blocks out of ice. But stuff made out of ice boulders can be melted. But it's like a yes and no sort of thing. Like there are instances that can cause constructed ice to be melted. If you want to be safe, what I would recommend is actually digging down. Well, hold on. Let me wait until those ads are done. You're getting a rare atmospheric river storm in November? We got one of those. Oof. Like 2 weeks ago, Alan? Anything fun happen this stream so far? 2 sieges. There's one on the map right now with a demon in it. This is the 3rd siege. We're finally making up for the lack of sieges earlier on. In regards to ice, if it's constructed out of boulders, yes, but not as likely as it would be. Okay, so if you construct stuff out of ice boulders, it can be melted, but there's less things that can melt it than if you just are using the ice walls smoothed. They're not super safe, so I would recommend if you actually do want safety, like if safety is the desire, then I would go for a different type of material, if possible. Like go for stone or something underneath it, and then transport everything down into there. But I'm going to put a floor grate right there. I'm going to try this. I actually haven't tried a setup like this. And I'm going to make a rock statue. We're going to make a few of those. Doesn't actually matter what they're of. I just need a rock statue. And I'm going to go floor grate. Yes, you can engrave reinforced walls. Their values doesn't seem to be that worth it, though. Like, you're better off just making a statue if you're just trying to make something fancy, but they are pretty cool, in my opinion. All right, we got 2 steel thrones, which means I can, at the very least, get my queen satisfied. Or maybe not satisfied, but get them situated. 20. Okay, so right now the water will just fall straight down and not really do much. But once I get a statue made, then it should be able to fall through and create some mist, which is the hope. Oh, that's lovely. I love it when they report their own crimes. That's gotta be terrifying, you know, just getting possessed by some horror beyond your imagination and then realizing that you just murdered somebody. Did you get a good artifact out of it at least? Is that a goose? Made a statue of a goose. That'd be kind of funny if that's the case. Nope. It's a peacock. Or peahen, rather. Now I just gotta wait for this to get deep enough to flow down. And hope they don't dig in this way, because that would be funny if they did. Hold up. You're a lawyer and most crimes end up getting solved by confession? Yeah, I believe that. People, like, guilt is real. Like, it's a hell of a thing. All right, well, we'll see what this does when some water falls. It's not the hugest priority right now. Let's go back over here and get this fully engraved. And then this can be not the highest value throne room, but we're working on it. I just want my queen to be able to operate as intended, which right now she can't. So without an office, they can't provide the positive services they're supposed to be able to. Let's jump up to here. Okay. I need more bolts. Still very, very, very low on bolts. The other thing I need to do is I need to go down to here. And I want to make a stockpile over here. And this is going to be for armor, but nothing made of steel. So this is going to be for everything that isn't steel. Quite literally. Like people accidentally, like, confessing is, I guess, what you're trying to explain? Or explaining? Not necessarily trying, you just are explaining that, but... Because that would be my assumption, is that it's a lot of accidental confessions. A lot of dwarves are bringing logs in, so hopefully they don't attack us at the moment. We're also bringing a lot of armor in. The goblin army is all up in this corner. led by their demon who's just being their hype man. I'm not gonna lie, when Tarn was talking about them being able to build, I was very much expecting them to, like... How do I put this? Build like a little camp. Instead, they just trample all the grass. Hekios! Hello, it's good to see you. Yeah, I was very much expecting them to go in the direction of, like, making them set up, like, an encampment. Actually, what is the demon's abilities? It is just deadly blood? I want one with dust. The day that I get a demon with deadly dust will be a very happy day for me. Oh, also, to go down here, get all of these running. Because I do have those, but like I need more. I need more planted areas because our plant supply is getting a little silly low. Queen, not even remotely happy with her throne room, even though it's royal. Needs work. Okay, so my theory of how I was going to do this doesn't seem to work. Which is unfortunate, but got to do experiments to find out. So what I need to do is I need to dig around this, which is easy, thankfully. Let's put a floor piece right there. And go around the edges of this with grates. And then grab a statue. Plop it up there. And see how long it takes to get canceled. It's going to get canceled a few times first. There we go. Now we got more natural water flows. They look like cheese. I've had honeycombs. I've heard cheese. A few different things. They also don't seem to be working very well. Stairs also seem to be breaking it a little bit. Oh, great. Good job there, Dwarf. You're gonna flow and not go this way. Just gonna fill this in. There we go. That's better. It's doing what I needed to do now. Excellent. Speaking of what I needed to do, there ain't too much I can make you do at the moment. This guy's filling up slowly. I mean, by slowly, I mean quickly. Surface is cleaning up. These guys are getting refilled, and now it's time to get everybody into the burrow, and let's get things rolling. And by rolling, I mean clicking on all of these one at a time. That is not... If the dwarf isn't dead, then they did not get an execution. But I think you only get executions if you have the monarch. No, I mean, that's just... if anything, because beatings in Dwarf Fort are supposed to aim for the head, If the dwarf got castrated, that's just a captain of the guard with either a really bad sense of humor or shitty aim. But also, not to be weird or anything, but if you look at any dead dwarf, like if you go to just a random tomb, and, okay, go to just a random tomb. What's the name of you? Ast. And then I go to here and I type in Ast. They're all castrated. So if they're already dead, any dead dwarf is listed as castrated. Because they can't have kids anymore. So that might be what you're interpreting? I don't know. All right, so let's go over to here. Actually, did I turn on the top ones? Or did I get distracted? Yes, I did. You're there, you're there. All right, well, I think it's time to summon the siege, chat. Who's ready? What could possibly go wrong? I have no idea. So let's release these critters. Oopsies, not that. Let's release these critters and see what they've got in store for us. See how powerful this demonic overlord really is. After much deliberation, we've decided to completely ignore their request. Quite enthusiastically charging. No. Also, something else I should do is forbid all of the weapons that are out in here, because just in case there's any tasks to go haul them at the moment, I don't want those to continue. Bolts are already flying. They run for cover. I'm seeing one dwarf, or one goblin who's probably going to die. You're nauseous. Yeah, you got hit really bad. Trouble breathing. Flying steel bolt hits the pikeman in the body, tearing the muscle and fracturing the right true ribs, tearing the left lung and destroying, or damaging, the copper breastplate. It seems like they're full of copper and iron bolts largely, but also running out of ammo very quickly. Thankfully, we do have quite a lot more ammunition around. Might actually be better to have less of those up there and let them rotate more. Are you picking up ammo? What are you doing? You shouldn't be coming out here. They backed off pretty quick. Ooh. Please hang out there. That would be funny. I want to pull that lever. Okay, here's the demon overlord, who is moving towards the fort. He's about to start getting turned into a pincushion. He's now bleeding, getting pummeled with so many bolts he can't see the sky. She can't see the sky. The Goblin Queen, Master of Many. I think these guys need their, like, whatever magical abilities, because I know Tarn was saying something about, like, the ability to, like, avoid certain types of damage is kind of what he's thinking for sorcerers, and I think they really need that. Asked the Marksdwarf was found dead. Oh no. Well, he did decide to be brave, so. Question is. Yeah, they must have been going for an unforbidden bolt somewhere on the map. Yeah, they must all be doing that. I'm just gonna take them off duty. Let them run. Comes more goblins. Demon Overlord hasn't died, but is faint. Okay, hold up. Let me just do something real quick, which is I'm going to forbid everything that's above ground right now. I don't know what they're going for, but they're going for something that's causing problems. I'm just going to forbid everything up in here. And just unforbid what's in the fort, but because we're out of bolts, so currently my only form of defense is closing the door, so I'm gonna try and do that. Let's try and get the dwarves inside. More bolts are flying. One of my Marksdwarves is dead because they got caught out in a bad spot. Looks like I caught one of them in a cage at the very least. I would like this door to be shut before I lock the door. Famine Noir's dead. I would like that door shut. I just saw a goblin release their friend from a cage over there. Have they pulled the lever? Okay, it's been pulled, which means I'm going to restation the military now. Although maybe it got canceled by the ogre. Let's see if it closes. Yes, it closed. Sweet. We've definitely lost some dwarves to Mark Scobs. I'm actually going to turn off these siege engines because they are just getting good with their shots, I suppose. So we're... actually, you know what? I'm just going to abandon these. Abandon these posts. It's not defendable at the moment. Because these Mark Scobs are just winning the fight here. Whew. You can just see them getting sniped. That's actually kind of brutal. Doesn't seem that Zapperzen is dead, but trying to just get these dwarves off of this spot. Let's just forbid everything up here and get rid of this livestock spot. Because they're trying to repasture the animals that are freaking out and getting sniped. Okay, so where is the siege at the moment? I do have some dwarves on the wrong side of the fence. There isn't a ton about that I can do. What? The gate reopened? Oh, did I tell them to reopen it? Well, I feel stupid. Get back inside, dwarves. Unless somebody's a traitor. Oh, no. Well. I think at this point, all I can really think to do is charge. So we're just going to charge. Because I've got too many good dwarves in fighting right now, such as Alf the Spearmaster, who's right up at the lead. I must have reopened the gate, but I don't recall doing that. Check ammo forbidden during sieges. Necrontier, it's on. Thank you. But there's unrelated unforbidden ammo that I unforbid since the last siege that they're trying to get to. Okay? So that's not quite how that works. Alpha's still fighting. Did you kill the demonic overlord? I didn't even see who took it out. Did you, maybe? Arkenton is here. Arkenton, the demon slayer! Killer of the Hare Fiend, is one of the two remaining dwarves from this initial wild charge that fell. Alf is still in the fighting, but is overexerted, which is a really good way to die, right next to Arkenton, who killed the fiend by, let's see. Those are mostly pikemen that you were stabbing. Actually, I could go over here and check. I think I need to rethink part of this fort. I need to make it bigger. There's also a honey badger in here somewhere. Just thought that would be amusing. They also took out their general. There you are. Spearmaster stabs the fiend in the head with a steel spear, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. So stabbed it through the head. Arkenton can't stand anymore, but is still fighting. Arkenton has been killed. A glorious dwarf. And Alf seems to be falling. Rest in peace, Alf. You were a good dwarf. More dwarves coming in, immediately entering in martial trances. Cleaning up the survivors and the stragglers. Dodging through many bolts, which are significantly more dangerous than they once were. Extremely dangerous, even. Lazy man, no longer even wielding a sword, having lost his armor, crawling along the ground. Standing back up. You've got this, dwarf. The Goblin Siege is still active. There's many Goblin Swords Masters remaining. I'm hoping that they will turn around and bolt. Gonna re-close or open the gates. but at what cost? Oh, much cost. All right. I think the next siege, I might actually accept the parlay. I think that's actually how this is going to happen. Let's get these dwarves back inside. And by that I mean actually get them to turn around and come out, if they can. You name a female dwarf, Victoria. Sure. Can do that. So they should start getting shot at pretty soon by this guy. If they go up and around this way. Oh, absolutely. Another goblin's going to inherit the title. A werebear child named Mafava has come. A very large bear twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both flesh and blood, and its eyes glow orange. Its black hair is very curly, and we're kind of fucked, probably. You will know why you fear the night. Oh, I know. I don't need you to tell me. Okay, and it's on the wrong side. Side. Shit. Well, they chase it. We've got Beast Slayer and Tubby. Miss. Attacks miss. Oh, they killed it. Never mind. That was fine. No problems. It's all good. No trouble. No trouble. Cuddly little danger bear? Yeah, pretty much. Curious as to what direction they go. I think I also need to reposition a bunch of these. So I think what I'm going to do is get rid of every other one of these. Like, get rid of, like, these four, and then put them down here. None of them have ammo. Yeah, they're all out. Also, this guy broke through here, looks like. That's part of what caused so much chaos. He came up to here and punched through the floor. Just gonna take all of these squads and set them to off-duty. And just lock the door. For the moment. Go down to here. Open this. Sorry, I literally haven't looked at chat in 2 minutes. I do have a dwarf to name, though. Alright, let's find a lady dwarf who's not pissed off and name them Victoria, and then we'll go through the body count. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments and can be very single-minded. She is very impolite and inconsiderate of property. She is very trusting and she forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She's a friendly individual and she's moved by art and natural beauty. And she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And when she's thinking, she clicks her tongue repeatedly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and does not really see the value in fighting. Likes bismuth, as well as rose gold and 2x8, and well as giant desert tortoise shell, jute fabric in the color scarlet, bucklers and goats for their eating habits, and the words of the iron of dye, and the sight of the cudgel of glossing when possible prefers to consume slugs. Oh, sorry, consume, not slugs. Soul, cloud loach, sunshine, and hates slugs. Sorry about the slander. You're married to Dewsum, and you've got a bunch of friends. Welcome to the fort. Alright, so we're gonna let these guys come towards us slowly. I'm going to turn off the burrow so we can rescue all these poor fucking injured dwarves here. And I'm gonna get you guys loading and set up again. Let's see if they'll actually unload them if they're not in use. Kind of doubt it, but got dwarves making bolts again. I'm also gonna queue up a bunch of I can't. My manager died. Same with my chief medical dwarf. Caleb, congratulations. You're now my manager, and chief medical dwarf can be one of my military dwarves. That's fine. Let me just pause the game real quick. I'm going to jump down to here and go, where the heck did I put my manager's office? Right here, right? No, not that one. Where the heck did I put my manager's office? It's close-ish to here, I think. Yes, right there. Caleb is now my manager. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go rock coffins. Say 50. As far as dead dwarves, we lost Really Swifty, we lost Alf, Sergeant Donut, Ice Blue. Everybody who was in those squads, more or less. Not everybody, but a lot of people who were in those squads. That was pretty brutal. But hey, you know, we won. Well, we haven't won yet. Oh, wow. Today I learned they can attack walls to get to stuff. That's fun. I didn't actually know that they could do that. Well, I'm gonna put all of my soldiers right here because they're coming through my walls, chat. Who's ready to scream at an unknown cloud and go, oh God, why? Please, leave us alone. Why are you here? Okay, well, that's not good. They can attack walls? Yeah, well, I haven't seen them do that. I've managed to kill them before they've gotten to my walls every time. But if they can attack walls, I've got ideas. I'm going to parlay with them when they come by next. Because I want to do something. If I make rooms full of lava that also happen to have lava-proof trade depots in them, I think I can do some really fucking funny shit. That's all I really have to say there is, like, I think I can do some really silly stuff. It's also an animation. Look at that. Boom. Oh, wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Tier, maybe don't. Okay. For some reason, I thought they were going to destroy, like, a smaller amount. This may actually be something that kills the fort. Because there's, like, nothing I can do at the moment. If they're going to path up here, I'm not going to be able to stop them, so there's no point in trying. Well, I got Mark's dwarves doing their jobs and standing back. Got one tubby lord here. What do I even have left? Nobody in that squad, nobody. Two in that squad, one in that squad, one in this squad. Ay, ay, ay. Got one tubby lord fighting with the goblins. Taking them out, making his way through. Hasn't died yet. Also didn't go into a martial trance, but I think is gonna fall. Yep. And that's it. We're going to have a lot of work ahead of us, chat. I'm going to get rid of all of my squads, but one. And oh my word. That couldn't really have gone worse. Well, I'm not going to do a mass grave because mass graves don't really exist. What I am going to do, though, is I'm just going to build a bunch of coffins in a big space. This is going to be tough. I mean, the battering rams often do things because they tend to have some of the most skilled soldiers, like, attached to them, which is terrifying. But I mean, like, shit. I'm just going to dig down a level here, dig down another level here. And let's get those bodies memorialized. And I think that the queen's tomb can be attached to this. Because holy shit. There's so much vomit and blood at the entrance. It's all from the fighting, mostly. What time of year is it? It's late autumn. It's now early winter. And siege. If it is, I'm going to accept a parlay. How big was the raid? I didn't look at the count. Maybe 150 goblins. The biggest difference of the sieges between old and now is in the before times, when the goblins attacked you, they just attacked you. And they sent very, very, very low quality soldiers. They never sent any soldiers that were actually much of a, like, material threat. However, now they do. And because they do now, you kind of have a lot more that you have to stand up against from the get-go, which is a massive change of the difficulty. Because, like, the difference between fighting, like, baddies that are kind of just a non-issue and fighting baddies with actual serious skills is huge. And that's where we're at now, where, like, you're actually up against threats that can and will kill you. It's just one. No, I have the difficulty set to hard, which, like, increases the frequency, so it's usually every other season, but could be more often. Sometimes they attack twice in a season if you have it on hard, which probably won't happen considering how much population we just lost. See? Oh, and this time I don't even get a parlay. Oh, no, I do get a parlay. This army is led by the goblin Darud Crusaints, a competent commander. Beware their elite goblin swordsman. Yeah, I would lose this fight. So I'm going to approve this parlay and see what they want. See if it even works. 'Cause I have seen reports of parlays not working. Where's my mayor? Or is it the queen that's going to do it? She's too busy giving food. Is this the same faction sieging back to back? Yep, set the game to hard and you'll get the same thing. It depends. Like, I've had Goblin Sieges recently that accept a parlay or come with parlays. Like, it's sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I think it depends on the siege. Like, the last one did, the two before didn't, and they were the same sizes. Like, it's... Attend a parlay, there we go. Darius is going to attend the parlay. I don't know, ask the developers that, not me. I mean, everything in Dwarf Fortress that Tarn has said he'll bring back, they bring back eventually, and Tarn has said that he wants to bring back everything, so... But ask the developers, not me. Because I'm not a, I don't have superpowers. I cannot confirm or tell you that they will do something. Momus has given birth to a boy. Let's see if this works, or if they just kill him. Oh, this is all new. Neat. The goblin meets with Darius, and they say, defense helped, the love of escorting is the property of our people. Or rather, no, this is the old menu. They've just reformatted it. We will gladly do as you ask. We'll strengthen our bonds of friendship, lol. Okay, so what item was that? Moment of Withering, Poetic Veneration, Tours of Danger. You know, I should have actually, like, looked at what it was. So I think it was the Seeds of Clarity, wasn't it? Although you're gonna go return treasure, so clearly it's available. Hold on, let me just look at the VOD real quick. Because, you know, I'm good at reading. And retaining information. Let's grab this again. Okay. The love of escorting. Oh. It's actually an object that I didn't make. Well, that's interesting. Oh, shit. It's an object that's on the ear of this maceman. So they want an artifact that's on the ear of a maceman who's lived here for quite some time. Which means I'm going to put a crack squad together and beat the shit out of him. And take it from him. So we can make this siege go away. Sorry, human visitor. But we need your earring. I too would be praying to Numu. Oh wait, what? I can't expel you or send you away because you're nobility? What are you nobility of? Excuse me? Hopefully we can kill you. Oh, great. I can't kill you because you're nobility. Huh. Time to make an accident? I think so. I don't really want to do that, but... Thankfully, he's in a room. What's the priority of this one? Catapult? Actually, yeah, that's probably the better way to do it. Is just build a catapult. That's probably the better way to do it. It's just a catapult. Sorry if I kill Necron Tier in the process. Well, I mean, I guess living here for so long wasn't enough. You know, they also have to endanger the possible life of the whole fortress in order to keep a bloody earring. What was their life worth? The militia captain has been possessed. Zuntir. I'm also going to smooth all these. Yep. And I'm actually just going to set this back to everybody does this, just to speed it up. Let's get this done. And let's get a catapult built that way. The fort looks great from the minimap. Yeah, it kind of does. It looks like there's a duck in the middle of it, which I can't unsee after seeing it a while ago. It's kind of ironic that this fortress comes back around to us just having to fire rocks into here and kill a human who's been here almost as long as us. And in here are the memorials to the first to the first 4 dwarves who died in this fortress. So it's definitely some irony going on here. 2. And I'm going to do something fun. Queen's gonna do it. She had it coming, but the Queen is going to do it. If I can get her to. Actually, no, it's just gonna be too time consuming. There is one asterisk about the difficulty of this map, though. You guys need to remember that this is set to hard. So it is supposed to be harder than it would be normally. Holy shit, Zuntir, the militia captain, has created a Sholoshad, a steel splint, and offers it to the music of Dens. We're gonna fire... practice fire. Let's take those 2 off because I forgot about them. Let's make this a little bit more defendable. At least that's what I'm trying to do. While we are doing this, which is, I think you firing catapult, right? No? Loading catapult and firing catapult. All right. That's catapult launch number 1. Faint, unconscious, severely injured. Still meditating in his sleep. As one does. I really hope that I'll be able to hit him with the catapult again. Now that he's, you know, asleep. They will always be evil. That is supposed to be, supposedly a planned thing. Where, they should be, removable at some point in the future, but we don't live in that world yet. I need this object. A nerd in whatever way you decide. You're a furnace operator. Glass half empty. Takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and it doesn't generally think before acting. Tries to do things correctly each time. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Is quick to form negative views about things. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. Has an active imagination, and generally acts impartially. And is rarely moved to mercy. And he tends to avoid crowds. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He prefers to present himself modestly, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He often feels discouraged. He's very humble, and he can handle stress. He occasionally overindulges, and he can handle stress, and he's troubled by this because he values self-control. He tends to stare unwaveringly when he's speaking to somebody, and he becomes very rigid when he's angry, and he laughs loudly when he's excited. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values loyalty, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and values self-control. Sees war as a useful means to an end. He likes pyrolusite as well as rose gold and green tourmaline and the color coral. The color lemon, splints, and watermelon vines for their fruit, and when possible prefers to consume kia, foxtail, millet beer, and alfalfa seeds, and absolutely hates oysters. He has no family in the fort, and his only friend's dead. You hope that I enjoyed doing this? I mean, I've been doing it for, what, 11, 12 years almost? So sure, yeah, I would say that I enjoy it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't. I would have stopped a long time ago. Oh, I may actually just need to drop something on this guy's head. Which I kind of don't want to ruin all my flooring, but... Somebody come do this, please. I suppose so. Where are we digging? We're digging down here. Yep, this is higher priority. Maybe it's just the angle that it's at. Yep. It's literally just the angle. It's fine. I'm not going to use a ballista because then I would have to make ballista stuff, and I'm not going to do that. So, no, I'm not going to use a ballista. Just going to drop this on his head. Be much faster. The problem is catapults tend to knock things over, and they can't hit things while they're... Oh, I can just wait for him to fucking starve to death. Although, yeah, we'll just wait for him to starve to death. No, that's a bad idea, because if on the off chance that it takes too long and they attack me, then we're just dead. So I'm just not going to let him starve to death. Instead, I will simply cry. I didn't want to do this. You forced my hand. You stupid human. How long till the parlay ends? I think I have like 90 days, or at least until the end of this season. Although actually, yeah, never mind. It's fine because the center's a floor. That's 2. And go. It's time for the cave-in right now. All right, let's open this up. Turn this off. Now let's hope that the parlay doesn't get completely canceled. And someone still tries to attend the parlay. But I'm not seeing it, which is very concerning, actually. Hold on, let me try something. Let me grab a pedestal. Earring. Because it's not technically mine, so maybe I have to do that first, put it on a pedestal and take it off. Why am I so zoomed in? Making my life difficult. Thanks, Prince of the Tomb. I don't know how I feel about it yet. Okay, so you go up here. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to remove from display. That's what I wanted to remove from display. Yeah, I think because it was on somebody, it's not going to work. I'd be willing to bet. Because I don't think I can redo the parlay. I don't fucking care about the stupid animals. Better off to just replace them. Because... like, I had Darius, who... unless you're the one who needs to do it again, maybe. Because he is sleeping, maybe that's it. Then why are you telling them to go fight? Although that, I mean, at that point, like... yeah, I don't know. Animals are like... I think either need to be significantly better at combat. I think they still need to be better at combat before I care if we can heal them or not. So unless it's like a rare animal, it's like, well, just fucking send it into war. Who cares? Shit. I'm assuming you, at the very least, need to get through these conduct meeting tasks. Yeah, I think we're fucked. I think we're fucked, chat. Because there ain't no way in hell that I'm surviving that. It's not gonna work, trust me. With several layers of walls and more dwarves? I mean, sure. I mean, I can't fight them in a one-on-one fight, period. Like, that's just a no-go. thinking. Thinking about what I could I haven't even dealt with the bodies from the last siege. They're all rotten. Game what? Oh, I see. Use the river and drown them somehow, maybe? Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, realistically what my options are. Because I have, like, less than a season. Like, I don't even have a season right now. I have, like, maybe a month. Maybe. I have absolutely no idea about leather armor because I generally don't use it. Cut the trees on the goblins? That's not going to kill the army, though. That'd be funny, but... Hmm. The biggest issue I have right now is I quite literally don't have the able-bodied manpower to really do much. I guess... I can't really forbid that. I can forbid these. I can forbid that. Can't really forbid these. Need to leave those running. I can forbid this. Keep those going. Unforbid these. How's everyone? I'm pretty okay. I'm just trying to figure out a bit of a predicament here. Just trying to figure out a bit of a predicament. Maybe a bit more than just a bit of a predicament. No, it wouldn't. Sloth Dad, not to be rude. No, it wouldn't. Building a moat would actually just make my life really difficult right now. That being said, I do have an idea. I do have an idea. I don't think it's going to work, but I do have an idea. All right. Let's get everybody into this burrow in a moment. But first, I mean, for right now, actually, let's just put the queen and the children in this zone. What I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct everything here. With the exception of that. And I'm going to drop all of this on their heads. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to suicide the fort on their heads. And we'll build a better fort with slightly different dwarves. Yes, Gigmoth. Yes, it is. And I'm going to put a trade depot right here as bait. I'm going to put a piece of floor right here. What's happening? Chat, what's happening? Quick, pop quiz, go. Fun? Sure. Patch 1? I mean, the fort's not over yet. Fort's not over until every dwarf's dead. So, patch hasn't won, but we certainly can't fight them. You had to leave for a bit? Well, you should have done that. That was your first mistake. Simply put, I'm scuttling the fort. Well, I'm not scuttling the fort. I'm scuttling the surface portion of the fort. That's kind of funny. I've got some dwarves that are stuck up here now, which is a little awkward. Well, how can I get you idiots down? There we go. Can do this. Let's go down into here. Make a different ammo stockpile. I don't know where to put it, though. Let's just put it all right here. Just go ammo, but only bolts. There's a ghost, because of course there is. No, actually, I should go this way. And I'm also going to go right here. And I'm going to start building tombs. The thing is, I don't know how much time I have. As far as I'm concerned, I have no time. Because they should be just invading me right now. So, as far as I can tell, I don't really have any time. At least from my perspective. I don't really have any time. So, chat keeps saying, like, oh, this will buy you time. It's like, well, if they start digging, we're just dead. So I have to do a shit ton of damage to them with one big swoop. And ideally do enough damage to them that it's, you know, substantial. Once that's completed, I then have to do something else. So this is just step one. Because I actually want to be able to defend against this. Ideally. Ideally. I do like the idea of doing something with water, but there's still only so much I can actually do. Okay, so here I'm just going to go and grab tombs, and we're just going to go all the way. Burial-C, which will give me 42 tombs. That should be plenty, right? Yeah, about that. Should be plenty. The other thing I need to do is I need a ramp right here. Which can go along to here. And this needs to be blocked off with something unrelated. Because I need to give them a different entrance. Let's actually get rid of this. So yeah, we went from like 170 something to like 124. Yeah, it's like 84 days I think is the default, yeah, for how when they start digging, but we've still got like, well, they still need to finish breaking the parlay, which they haven't actually done yet. Let's use petrified. See how many dwarves are putting stuff in tombs. That's how many dwarves are currently putting stuff in tombs. Oh, they're all rotted already. They've already rotted away. Lumen. This is what I get for trying to satisfy a parlay, hey? It's the beauty of it. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's get 2 more lines of this. I don't think any of them didn't get used. That is kind of absurd, actually. Are you still alive? Did you ever even have a dwarfen? Are you asking if I'm still? I don't understand the stand. Fangrade, what? I never had a dwarf in the fort, so. But is the fort still alive? Yeah, I guess in theory. We'll see if we make it through this siege. I need another one of these. I think it's great. Heavy risk. If you haven't played in a while, go play the game. It's in the best spot it's been in a very long time. I'm actually getting defeated. And it wasn't my choice. Which, like, doesn't happen. So... Granted, I did set the difficulty to hard, but still. Okay, that was just a ghost getting laid to rest. Still mostly fine in that regard. Just gonna throw a catapult right here for the lols. Actually, that's a bad way to do this. I'm not even gonna bother with this. Not for the moment. Okay, you're all hooked up. That's good. Well, it's certainly fun. What? Oh. That's funny. Guess that still happens. Well, I do also have the difficulty set to hard, so I'm getting 1 siege a season right now. If I didn't have it set to hard, I would be getting significantly less than that, so. That is, like, I guess the one big asterisk you need to know about this particular fort is, like, if I didn't have it set to hard, it would be significantly less ridiculous. So just, I don't know that going in, that I do kind of have it made harder. Can they break walls? Yes. They have multiple ways of breaking walls, in fact. Yeah, what Tyrantos said. If one of you clipped that, that would be useful, but I don't think anybody did. Can they dig through these levels? Yes. They don't do it right away. They can also build constructions to get over things. But the actual thing that makes them ridiculously scary, which I actually haven't seen that many people talking about just yet, is that they can bring higher level soldiers. Why is there a fucking stupid dog there? Move out of the way, you dumb pooch. They used to just bring like base level skilled soldiers. Like they were always just novices. They're now bringing spear masters and swords masters and things of that ilk. That's what makes these sieges so scary now. Is that they are bringing significantly higher tier threats. All right, so now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the edge here. But it's cool. I mean, it's making me rethink how I play this game in a lot of ways, which I think is actually kind of awesome. Like, quite literally, I do think that that is awesome. Even if it's, you know, going to cost me a fortress or 5. It's nice to have fortresses get pushed over. So I'm doing this with the hope that it'll corral them into here so that I can collapse this construction down onto them with hopefully as few of my own dwarves in it as possible. Let's go down 2 levels again and throw in some more coffins and see how many more there is. Okay, burial. Let's see. All right. We've made our way through most of the bodies. Just a few more tombs to satisfy, and then we'll be caught back up. No, not that I'm aware of. Heavy risk. Although, someone said that they dug down to the caverns, but nothing can siege you from the caverns for the moment. If you want to see literally everything that's in there, the patch notes are pretty descriptive, actually. And just remember that they use goblins as the example, but they are... the changes do affect all of the enemies. Also, as you can see, they have battering rams. Also, Sage, what up? Hand chest, you want a sad dwarf? Does that work for you? Why doesn't somebody just... I mean, yeah, you could do that. Why don't people just clip it? Clips are more useful anyway, Vivid. Yeah, we did also fight with the demonic overlord. It's cool. Sweet. And chest. Is frequently depressed and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He doesn't handle stress well, and he's very humble, and he's curious and eager to learn. When he gets bored, he starts talking to inanimate objects, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Just also going to check something really quick. Oh, also, people can't rewind in VODs if they're not subscribed, by the way. Vivid. So, it's not the most useful statement, I guess. I'm going to do everything in my Armok given power to keep this fort alive. I will scuttle the fort in multiple places if I have to. He personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and values a harmonious existence. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes native gold as well as sterling silver and bone opal, marlin bone, cotton fabric, and the color lime, high boots, and giant cockatiels for their crests in the sound of the desert of luxury. And when possible, prefers to consume giant octopus and millet, beer and cottonseed oil, and rice flour, and absolutely hates large roaches. All right. It's been a season. Your positivity will change him? How are we doing? I'm pretty good. The Fortress is doing pretty terrible, though. Yeah, but we're talking about Twitch here, Gaia. And the VODs are different between YouTube and Twitch. So giving somebody a Twitch timestamp is different because I stream for about an hour and a half extra on Twitch every day versus YouTube. Because YouTube is mean when it comes to music and doesn't like fun. They should attack me pretty soon. Although I no longer have the indicator of when the siege is going to begin. And these fucking swordsmasters, man. I think I'm just going to smooth all this and get this blood off the ground. Give all these dwarves an activity to do for a minute. Well, the good news is we probably have plenty of bedrooms to spare. Yep, we do, in fact. Okay, so if you're saying dump lava on things, T-Dog, yeah, I do that all the fucking time. Like almost every fort. But what I will say is this. The whole point of this update is they learn where threats are located and try to avoid them. That is like the shtick of this entire patch. So, in theory, certainly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it has been, always will be, and is one of the most consistent tactics, is dump the hot, spicy stuff on him. However, if they do actually learn and avoid things that are threats to their safety, it's not going to be as, like, consistent as it has been in the past. And I think that that's the point. So I think, like, for long term, hard is actually hard now. I don't know what a good strategy is yet, because I haven't found one. So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe. Am I still in the process of trying to get lava pumped? Yes. Absolutely. Will I do shenanigans with lava? Most fucking definitely. Thank you, Vivid. You're the GOAT. Appreciate ya. It's the first of many. Thankfully, it doesn't need to go that much further up. Yes, it's possible for dwarves to, like, coral, and coral doesn't exist in Dwarf Fort. It's possible for them to, like, griffins, and griffins don't exist in Dwarf Fort. Not even Peter Griffin exists in Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so I'm going to get some peasants in here. Get some farmers in here. Gonna go down to the lowest level down here. And assign so many goddamn puppies. And assign all this nonsense. And then scream, because why is there that clicking sound happening? King of Pudding was found dead. I don't know why. Oh. There's goblins in the fort. This is what I mean by I won't really have any indication as to when they come in. So let's hope they're the best of the best didn't come in first, because if they did, uh-oh. I'm also going to go to the far end of this and erase all this. I'm going to tell all the dwarves to get underground. Jump up to the surface. And say, this, you right here, just double check. Okay. Now I need someone to make it in here, because I didn't think that they'd get in, but they did. Got dwarves doing their best. We are fending them off. That initial wave seems to have fallen, for the most part. In the casualties was Shinobi, as well as King of Pudding, and several recruits. But now the question is, where are the majority of the goblins? They are going where I need them to go, which is good. The gate has been shut. But they've also made it into the fortress. Let's see if I can get this goblin unexisted. There you go. Okay. Now, I don't think they have a way in at this exact moment. Now, my hope is that they'll congregate right here, so that I can cause some fun. Because they can't currently break through this unless they bring the rams over, which they're going to start moving soon, probably. And those will come to this, I think. But I also have to stare at this to see where they go. The way is shut? Well, not until they break through. Nah. They are all just blocking themselves in right there. Man. I should have done... If I did this one layer further down, I could have dropped shit on their head. I didn't think they would all just bundle up right there. But what I can do is laugh incessantly. The way is shut. Indeed. The way is shut, was shut, and will be shut for a while. Let me just cook for a second here, chat. I've got ideas. I need them to dig. They're not doing what I wanted them to do, but they are doing. Help us, Fortress Splat. You're our only hope. Oh, also. Coffin. I need more of those. Even if it's just 10. Come on. Oh, I see. Okay, you're gonna dig up. Let's go. 1, 2. Okay, this is the slow bit. Not that slow, I just need to hold down a button. Okay, go up, 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 into here. It's a big-ass army right there. The shame is, like, nothing's actually going to land right where they are. So that's like the biggest issue here. Nothing's actually gonna land where I need. Oh, well, that's funny. Forgotten Beast has arrived. It is a gigantic feathered slug. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. I hope it doesn't hurt me. Please be nice, monster. I need you to be nice. Why couldn't you have been a Titan? It would have been much nicer. Where is it? Okay, I'm actually just gonna see if I can lock the door. Let's hope this works. Let's hope this works, chat. Let's hope this at least does enough damage to them that they consider leaving. In other news, where's the, Should've made that a bigger bridge. Let's wait for this. Come on, Dwarf. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up. I'm going to go catapult. Actually, no. I'm going to go bolt thrower. See what pieces I need for a bolt thrower, because it didn't tell me I can build it. What am I missing? No access to empty bins. Let's make some wooden bins. Oh, we're out of wood. Which means we're also probably out of coal, which means we're kind of out of everything. Ah, boy. You can't make bins out of glass, silly. It's Forgotten Beast. I'm literally stuck between a beast and a hard beast. Like, I mean, I could get glass from here, but then I'd be tempting that beast, but they don't seem to be as keen to path in as they were before. Desperate dwarfs come for desperate dwarfs. Oh, it would be pretty convenient. Don't get me wrong, it'd be convenient. Besides, it still needs charcoal, so it wouldn't matter. Like, I've got tons of metal, I have no charcoal. Let's just go Magma Forge. There we go. Meh, fuck it. Let's just pull the door. It's like, what's the worst that could happen, right? Well, it's gonna destroy that floor, actually. So the worst that could happen is it lets them in. So I will do one final thing. I'm gonna deconstruct my stairwell and not let them in. This way is shut. Or at least as shut as I can make it for the moment. So we're gonna say fuck it. We're gonna drop it on them. Wish them luck, chat. And let's hope that gravity's on our side today. I'm also just going to do a quick save right now in case it's really fun to watch and I want to watch it again. How's the war going? Oh, terrible. Are you still alive? Fuck no. The hell? Absolutely not. No, you died a long time ago. Anyway, chat, I dedicate this scuttling of the surface fort to all of our brothers and sisters who died along the way who didn't make it this far to see the great release of Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, the great fall of 257. Pour one out, boys and friends and everybody else. Happy to help, dude. If I was able to get the entire planet of Arrakis into Dwarf Fort, that's pretty crazy. Well, it worked. Let's see what these goblins think of it. That's a lot of goblins in a pile. It didn't really do much. Aside from being kind of cool, it didn't really do much. It did, however, make them all turn around and move up to the surface. Because, like, it's not like there's a way in there. We also killed a dog with that? Well, that's distressing. It has been a minute. Nights are slow. Oh, huh. Well, I'm smart. I kind of forgot that there was holes here and thought, oh yeah, no, like just putting a wall there will solve it. Rip. That's it. That's game. That's the fort, chat. We're all dead. GG. Unless I can block something off, we're all dead. Just, there's no questions. I can lock doors and see if I can bar the doors, but no, we're dead. So what I'm gonna do, everybody joins the squad. Everybody joins the squad. We're not gonna be able to survive even if I lock the doors. It's just not gonna work. Time to play some Kogan Sun, chat. It's time to hear the boat murdered song. Oh, look. Olin has been elected mayor. Another farmer's been elected mayor. No way out, no way in. The sad part is I did try to pay their parlay. That's the actual sad part about this. Like, I did try to appease them this time. So where's my queen? We'll lock them in there. See how long they can live. But yeah, this is why they're so strong. It's because they send better armed goblins with better gear and higher skills. So, like, if you lose your best squads, you're kind of just hosed if they get in. Oh, this fort's over. What the fuck happened? Scroll back 5 minutes in the VOD, villain. I'm gonna reassign everybody to squads. Get back in there, Beans. Our trumpet blew hard and loud, but not hard enough or loud enough. We are truly creating some legendary goblins, let me tell you. I mean, look at this guy. Killed Taters, Rith, Kosoth, Einod, the respectful amusements of mansions. Nope. Some recruit has been elected mayor. The dwarves had to think about that one for a moment. Release a circus? I haven't even started digging in it, so I can't do that. It's not like something I can just snap my fingers and do. The circus gets released when you dig through the adamantine spires. I didn't even start doing that. I dug next to one of them, but... Bring me the Book of Grudges. Oh, I have many pages written. Do not worry. Do not fret. Trying to figure out where they're headed. Oh boy. Some children down in here. These dwarves petrified in fear. Charging in. To be cut up. A vile force of darkness. The siege update happened. What do you think happened? Is there a way to maybe sneak the queen out? I was thinking about that, but I can't expel her. So if they could wait them out here, it's possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But only if the siege leaves. I don't really see the siege leaving. Long live the queen. Mm-hmm. I cannot expel nobles, Sleepy, and the queen is a noble, so I can't expel the queen because the queen is a noble. Unless the only way that I could save the queen is if all of the goblins escape or retreat. Currently, my biggest regret is actually sealing off the basement down here. I shouldn't have done that. Maybe someone will pull that lever successfully, which would be really funny. So right now it looks like these goblins are just trying to make a run for it. But maybe I'm wrong. Because they can't get out. right now. They're stuck in here. I can't let the beast in because I've got no way of opening the gates. Unless some dwarf manages to get in here, but they keep coming up here and seeing the goblins, but the goblins are trying to escape and they can't. I don't know what the question is. Like, it's literally not possible for me to open the gates right now. Because these kids, which I can't do anything with, keep seeing these goblins that are trying to get out the way they came in, and they can't get out the way they came in. The gate below is locked, which has the Forgotten Beast in it. This is over here, and it's locked, and nobody has a pick, from what I can tell. I don't see any picks anyway. Yeah, just spears. So I have no weapons I can use. The only dwarves that aren't locked in that room are the 3 children that keep popping out, seeing the goblins, immediately running. These goblins are all trying to escape out of here, which is the way they came in, but they can't. And so the result is they're just walking in circles. So I literally have no idea to do anything. Hard how? Play the game, and you tell me. Dwarf Fortress has difficulty settings. You can turn on hard or normal. Hard makes the sieges more frequent and bigger. So yeah, I think we're stuck in a loop until everybody starves to death. Which is kind of funny. Although, I'll see real quick. Telenartho. Don't have any living relatives left. I was going to say I could expel you, but I can't. Chat's going to horny jail. Dwarf Fortress has had difficulty settings as long as it's been on Steam. There was difficulty presets you used to be able to download from the forums back in the day, which would just turn up the numbers behind the scenes, because those were all options that you could just turn on and off. Yep, succumb to invasion does make everyone starve immediately. I can't, so right now, because we're under siege, I can't retire. I can only succumb to invasion, and the siege won't be over until every goblin has left the map. And these, so yeah, we're actually kind of stuck here until all my dwarves starve. The more that I think about it, because these goblins can't leave. The siege isn't over until every goblin has left the map. The goblins are trying to get to the surface to regroup, I think. But they can't. I can't get to my lever room. If I open that door, they'll kill the queen and her people. And I won't be able to get a pickaxe. Most of them are swords masters. Yeah, we're completely boned. Scene of horror? Absolutely. I mean, it's the scene of a massacre, if nothing else. Absolutely the scene of a massacre. It feels good to lose a fort, though. Like, it's cool to make mistakes, because it makes me go, all right, how can I do better next time? And now I have more ideas to work with and think on of how I can do better next time. Yeah, no, absolutely. Someone over there. I mean, this is a good update, because this is the first time in a very long time that I feel like I can lose a fort without trying to do so intentionally. Which is awesome. Whew. It's like I've only been live for 6 hours today. I shouldn't start a new fort, should I? Yeah, just have pedestals everywhere with pickaxes on them that just say break glass in case of... I wasn't really paying attention. Chat, give him the TLDR. Start with ideas for new fort? Well, I mean, we got time until my dwarves starve to death. Well, I need to make a sandwich, actually. I need to make some lunch. Could you build a new forge? Nope. No, I can't, because in order to build a forge, I would need materials in this room, and there are no materials in this room. Nobody has a pick, so I can't deconstruct anything. So no, I cannot do that. I could break one of these windows, but then we'd just die. All right, chat. You guys watch these goblins slowly lose their minds. I'm gonna go make a sandwich, blow my nose, quench my hunger, and then we're gonna start a new fort. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Wait, the goblins are thirsty? Or the dwarves are thirsty? No, yeah, of course the dwarves are thirsty. They're gonna die of starvation. Are they dead yet? Oh. So who broke this? Oh, they broke the windows? Oh, damn. Wait, the goblins did or the dwarves did? I mean, hey. I respect it. This is the mayor. Trying to station. Starving, dehydrated. Seeing everybody's dead body. Remembering the very first dead body he saw. I mean, wanting to die with a drink in your hand is respectable. I wonder if they ever got the caverns opened. Nope. Let's see what you're able to pull off here, Dwarf. Everybody's just been missing for a week. I think that's the least of our problems. Oopsies. Tabbed out, apparently. Wonder how the hell that happened. If you ate so fast, you also ate the napkin. Ah. At least it's just paper. I think, Bambool, I need you to both be engravers. And I need to go to the work orders screen and just delete everything. Go to task and pause these. Suspend everything. And I want you to go engrave the ground. See what you have to say. 3 dwarves in a dream. I can't see the danger. They can't see me. Oh, wow, he spilled his wine on the ground. At least he's getting a drink. Bioactive was found dead, dehydrated. He's hauling a delicious rhinoceros tallow roast, which is made from yak tallow, donkey tallow, rhinoceros tallow, and rhinoceros tallow. He's eating a glob of fat. He's gonna go give food to somebody who's starving. Oh, how kind of you. He also threw his shirt on the ground because all of his clothes. His crutch is like about to crumble. Have you killed anything? That's what I want to know. Killed a goblin. 3 goblins in total. He's gonna go take a nap. Don't blame him. Who else is still alive? This stupid, stupid goblin. Get out. Go to Demon Judge. Piece of shit rat. Got Cole. Doing laps. Trying to harvest some plants. Oh, I intentionally left it on play, Thomas. It's awesome that they broke out, though. That's the coolest bit. There goes another one. A child attending a meeting. Trying to get up the stairs. Failing horribly. Got my mayor who's picking up equipment. Still trying to give food to somebody. Got a dwarf that's stuck in the Caverns? Well, I'm going to expel you. Because if you make it out, you'll have a higher likelihood of being able to do anything else. Which means now you're just going to go pick up equipment. Aside from that, you're trying to give food to the kid. I'm going to set orderlies to nobody does this, which will stop you from trying to give food. 2 pop, actually, Wednesday. Were they supposed to die? I wasn't going to get them out, Leo. I had zero intention or expectation of surviving once the goblins were in the fort. I had zero intention of even trying to survive, because we're just dead. Oh, he re-elected himself. Buddy. That ain't no election. Like, come on. Oh, that's funny. What even are your tasks? So I can intentionally kill him, and that's basically all I can do. I guess at this point, it's just we all starve. Because these goblins are not going to stop running back and forth. Chat. This was a fun fort. I like the layout a lot. I hope you guys enjoyed it too. Because this is where this fortress ends. Can I get a round of beers? Big old round of beers. New fort, anybody? Because my next stream isn't until Tuesday. But we can get the fundamentals done today. And lead him to levers? That wouldn't work. He would see one of the goblins and try to fight them, and because the levers are inside of the goblins, he would just go fight them if he was in a squad. It wouldn't matter. Sunshine. He would just go die. They'll find him soon and kill him anyway. He's just trying to eat, like keep himself alive. Like this door being open and stuff, like, yeah, it's kind of a lost cause at this point. Goodbye, Trumpetbeans. Goodbye.